or anything that comes up from Mayor Passero or Mr. McBride.
All right, thank you so much. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Kate. All right, at this time, let's go to Director of Finance, Dave McBride. Go ahead. Do you have something to say, sir?
Hi, good afternoon. This is Director McBride. I guess one question, just for clarification and for documentation in the minutes, I would like to see if Kate Turner, if she could just explain maybe in a minute or two to place the importance on one of the criteria was that the GMP that came in a week or so ago, she and Colliers ensured that GMP, the bids that were awarded were the same BMP numbers that were provided in November. I think that was one of the critical things the council wanted to see. So if she could just elaborate on that, that would be helpful. And I have one other comment after that.
Thank you, Mr. McBride. Yes, this is Kate Turner with Colliers. Our total guaranteed maximum price value was able to remain the same. The escalation charges that we received from the bidders in order for them to hold their bids and to remain interested in the project, we were able to fund through trade held allowances, which was able to keep the GMP value at its original cost.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Go ahead, Director of Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Director McBride. I just want to reiterate one thing I said last week at the School Building Maintenance Committee, and I'll just summarize briefly. As everyone's aware, especially the councilors are well aware, the financial condition of the city has improved dramatically over the last 5 or 6 years. The bond rating has been upgraded. The fund balance is a respectable 15%. The mill rate has decreased the last 3 years. And all the factors and the tough decisions, and especially the difficult financial decisions, are reasons for that success. So I just want to point out, although there were some discussions and some debate on the past month or so with this project, I think it's difficult decisions like this that everyone took to make this project move forward and not start the city, or at least potentially set up the city for potential financial problems down the road. So I want to commend the Board of Ed for making the changes that they did, and I want to commend the state DAS because they came forward and put their best foot forward and assisted us as well, and the School Building Maintenance Committee for really digging into the details and making the modifications that were needed. With that being said, I just want to inform the council, based upon the projections, we're still slightly over about $300,000 of my projections, but again, it's a projection, so not to be concerned at this point. The reason I mention it is I just want to make sure the School Building Maintenance Committee has done a terrific job on the North Campus reviewing the change orders to make sure the ineligibles come in where they're forecasted to. So just want to reiterate, we still need to make sure those ineligibles come in where we desire, and we still need to make sure if we can capture some costs from the owner's contingency to make this project, within the $11 million that, at least in my opinion, that's what the taxpayers approved, was that 20% of the 55 million number. So I just want to commend everyone on their efforts and thank you for making these decisions, and very happy to be moving forward with this project. So thank you.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Director McBride. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to the mayor. Mayor, you have any comments, anything that you would like to say, sir?
Thank you, President Dominguez. Good evening, everyone. I just want to express my appreciation for all the hard work that everybody put in, over the last 2 or 3 weeks to get this project to a place where the finance director was comfortable. I'm still not completely comfortable, but I am comfortable enough to sign this contract based on the finance director's recommendation. I think we have to really work very hard to keep this project on budget. It'll be many, many years down the road, and many of us on the call won't even be involved anymore when the city gets a bill for this project that it can't afford. And I've lived through that because I was handed a very old school construction project with a very large outstanding bill. That was Jennings School. So I understand well how a school construction project can look good today, but can come around years later after the audit and really put a drain on the city. So I encourage the team to keep working the way they are to bring this. We want to bring quality for our children. We want a great project, but we also have to keep the taxpayers in mind in the end. So I greatly appreciate all the work that went into this. I'll be happy to see the council pass it on Monday, and I will sign it immediately. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. One last person I see, I don't want to overlook him. Board of Education member Brian Dowdy, would you like to say something before we vote?
I'm all good. Thank you, Efren.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right, so let's
One more, this is Counselor,
go ahead,
Johnson.
Councilor Sadi. Go ahead.
One point to the mayor. Mayor, this is a special meeting to approve this GMP. So technically, when it comes across your desk after this meeting, you'll be eligible to sign it. We don't have to wait until next Monday.
Good point. Thank you, Counselor Sata. You're absolutely correct. So it'll be signed tomorrow,
Thank you.
unless the law director has something different to say. I think I'll be able to sign it tomorrow.
All right, I saw the thumbs up from the law director. Say it's good. All right. Okay, so let's vote on this. Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, say nay. Okay, the motion carries. Thank you.
And the vote count was 5-0.
Yes, sir. Yep. The vote count was, 5-0. Thank you very much, Councilor Sadi. 5-0. Yep. So the motion carries. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. All right, we'll move on right to the next item that we have. Let me move it to Cam. Can I get a second, please?
Counselor Dyke, second.
Thank you. This is the Multi-Vista proposal for New London High School. The Cam reads, the City Council approves Multi-Vista's proposal for professional photographic construction documentation services of the New London High School construction project and authorizes the mayor to enter into a contract for a total cost of $68,926. Multi-Vista is a sole source provider and the costs have been approved for reimbursement from the state. Yep, I believe Diane, hello, Diane McNeil is here with us. Could you give us just a brief explanation on behind this?
Sure. Good evening, President Dominguez and City Councilor. This is a service that will provide photographic documentation of the project as the construction evolves, not only for the additions, but also for all the changes that are going to happen in the existing building. There are essentially two kinds of services. One is photographic progressions as construction goes on. And the other one is, which is really important, is taking pictures of all the systems as they are in place, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, fire protection, before the walls go in and before the ceilings go in. And what that allows us is to have a record of how those systems were involved before everything is closed up. And that is important during the construction. So in case there's some litigation or disagreement, we can go to the pictures to flag out what actually happened. But it's also important beyond the construction that will be completed in 2.5 years as the building is maintained by facilities and operations. They will have these records to go to in case there's any issues in years to go. They can refer to those pictures to see what was happening behind those walls and above those ceilings. So we took a while to get this before the building committee. We wanted to make sure that the state was on board with reimbursing this, and they are. We have that okay from them. So that was an important hurdle for us to go through.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Mrs. McNeil. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilor Sadi.
Yes, this is Counselor Sadi, Chairperson of School Building and Maintenance Committee. The School Building and Maintenance Committee, North Campus, did meet at a special meeting last week and did in fact approve this. I am somewhat leery of it in that it's going very, very fast. But as our owner's rep, Diana McNeil, pointed out, walls are going to start being closed up shortly. And so, it was approved. Now, Mr. Robert Selmer, who is from the Office of School Construction, was at that meeting also. And he also supported this type of system. There's not too many people that are doing this right yet. It's sort of state of the art. And it's newer. I think there's about a half a dozen or so school construction projects, but him having oversight said that this would be considered an eligible cost, which means we'd be responsible for about 20% of that, or about $12,000 or so. That's what our cost would actually be. And so, like I said, the School Building and Maintenance Committee did in fact pass this last week and pass it on for the special meeting. Thank you for your time, Councilor John Sadi.
Thank you, President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. At this time, Councilor Booker, do you have any questions or comments?
This is Council Booker. I have no questions or comments at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is President Dominguez. I'll go to Councilor Burke. The same questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Councilor Burke. Just like to again echo what Councilor Sadi had mentioned. And I would just like to again add to that Miguel Gauthier from the Board of Education was very also insistent that the sooner that should we enter into this agreement, the sooner the better for these documents to get this information before the walls go up, so that he can use this toolkit to save us money in the future. So some more background why it was decided in that School Building and Maintenance Committee to add it to our agenda, because time is of the essence. Again, look forward to supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. I'll go to Councilor Dice for any questions or comments.
This is Counselor Dice, and I just want to make sure that I have this correct. The state will reimburse 80%. We are, 60%, and we're responsible for 20% of it. The reimbursable rate. I just want to make sure I have it correct.
Yes, this is Diana McNeil with CREC. The reimbursement rate for New London is in fact 80%. That means New London covers 20%, the state covers 80%, plus anything that is ineligible, New London will be responsible for. But that was the reason why we wanted to make sure that these services were eligible.
This is Counselor Dice. Thank you, McNeil, and thank you for a clarification. And I approve of this. This is really great, and I thank you for making sure that we were going to have I can't even talk right now. We were going to get reimbursed. Excuse me. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Dice. Let me go to Finance Director McBride. Any comments or anything you want to say, sir?
No, thank you. This is Director McBride. I'm comfortable with moving forward with this. Thank you.
Okay, same thing to the mayor. This is President Dominguez, Mayor Pastoral. Any, okay, that's good. Let me go to this President Dominguez, Kate McCoy. Any last words?
No, thank you. Councilor Burke was able to sum up Miguel's thoughts on it. So
All right. Okay, thank you very much. This is President Dominguez. Okay, so at this time, we're gonna vote.
Just before we do that,
Yeah,
just want to
go ahead.
clarify,
Council- yeah.
Miguel Gauthier is the Director of Facilities for the New London Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Sadi. This is President Dominguez. All right, so at this time, we'll vote. All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, say nay. All right, so the motion carries. It's 5-0, okay? Very good. All right, thank you very much.
This
Everyone
is
take a look.
Councilor Sadi. I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the special meeting of the New London City Council.
This is Counselor Dice. I second the motion. Oh.
All right, I was just gonna say thank you to Diane McNeil and everybody else that was part of this meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you for getting this together and for us allowing us to be able to vote. So at this time, let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay, so the meeting is adjourned at 5:20. Please make sure that you stay on this link, because at 5:30, this is the link that we're going to use to begin our Finance Committee meeting. Okay, so for now, until 5:30, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. Good night.
You too. Thank you. All right, good evening. This is President Dominguez. Good evening to everyone. At this time, we're going to begin our Finance Committee meeting. Let me do the roll call, the call to order first. Councilor Burke.
Present.
Okay, Councilor Sadi.
Here.
Councilor Dice.
Present.
Thank you. Councilor Goodwin.
Present.
Councilor Burke. I'm sorry. Councilor Booker.
Present.
Myself, I'm present, President Dominguez, and President Pro Tem Natatas. Okay, eventually she'll come. She's still at work, so eventually she'll get here. All right, so that 6-0, okay? At this time, what I'll do is let me just read quickly here. It says, due to the ongoing national and state public health emergency caused by the global coronavirus pandemic, City of New London public meetings will be held virtually. Meeting agendas can be found at www.newlondonct.org. An audio recording of this meeting will be posted on the city website within 7 days of the meeting. Public comment may be submitted in writing to jstarts@newlondonct.org. If you prefer, you may sign up to speak at the following link on the City of New London website, newlondonct.org/life-stream. This link will bring you to a fillable form where you may submit your name and you will be added to the public comment list and called on via Zoom during the public comment portion of the meeting. Public comment must be submitted in writing or your name submitted on the fillable sign-up form on the city website at least 15 minutes prior to the scheduled start time of the meeting. Please include your address in your written public comment submission. So again, this is the Finance Committee meeting. Tonight, we will review the fiscal year 2021-2020 budgets with the following departments. We have the New London Public Library, then Public Utilities, Water Fund, Water Control and Water Pollution Control Authority, Stormwater. Then at 6, we got the Probate Law, Health District, Port Authority, Ocean Beach Park. At 6:30, Parking Authority, Parking Fund. At 6:45, the Registrar of Voters. At 7 p.m., we have the City Clerk. At 7:15, we have the Mayor's Office Personnel. 7:30 p.m., City Council. 7:45 p.m. will be the Finance Administration, Tax Assessment, and Information Technology. And then at 8, Contingency, City Center District, Pension Trust, Debt Service Fund, Workers' Comp Fund, LOP Fund, Benefits, Interfund Transfers. And then last will be the public comment, and then there'll be an adjournment. With that stated, I want to welcome the mayor, the finance director, all the councilors, each of the department heads that are here presently right now, and any residents that are watching these meetings. So we are going to begin with the New London Public Library. So we have Madhu Gupta here, the director. And at this time, I want to ask Dan, would you allow her to share her screen? Because she's going to share something on the screen for us, some information. Can you give her access, please, sir?
Yes.
Okay, so with that said, I'll have Madhu Gupta, the director of New London Public Library, to go ahead.
Thank you so much. I
You're
am
welcome.
going to share the screen. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Passero, members of the City Council, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking the time to hear about the library budget. I have prepared a presentation. During the pandemic, you would not know what's going at the library. So this presentation will give you an idea of what we are doing. So I will start my slides. I will start with the mission statement of the library. The Public Library of New London serves the needs of the New London community by providing free access to a diversity of ideas and information through a variety of library materials, services, and experiences. All of our departments provide year-round services to the public and work with community partners to bring enriching programs to all of our residents. Over the past year, our community partners include TVCCA Women's, Infants and Children's Program, TVCCA Head Start and Little Learners, Safe Futures, New London Public Schools, Child and Family Agency, Child Development Lab School at Connecticut College, Connecticut Bar Association, Mystic Aquarium, SNAP for Connecticut Yukon Health, New London Water Taxi Program, Chelsea Groton Bank, Liberty Bank, True Bloom, Eastern Art Gallery, amongst many others. The Public Library of New London is a fine-free library. Last year, our board voted that our library be a fine-free library. We did not want overdue fines to be a financial burden to our community members, and fines were a barrier to access. So by breaking down the barriers to access, by opening doors to opportunities, by building communities, and by engaging lifelong learning, the Public Library of New London strives to be the heart of the city of New London. The library has been a growing institution, expanding its programming, circulation, and technological capabilities. Leading to the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, the library was on track to hit all its benchmarks for the year in circulation, outreach, programming, and building usage. When we closed our doors due to the pandemic in March of 2020, we were quickly able to move all our services online to safely meet the needs of the community, starting with the essentials. We could issue a library card online, patrons could learn a language, access ebooks, apply for jobs, and stream movies. And downloadable books still continue to be in high demand. So you can see all of these resources were on websites. So plnl.org was never closed. We were open 24/7. Staff was in the building in June of 2020. We were able to do curbside service. We could answer patron questions. Curbside service for printouts was also available. We were able to provide technological services to our patrons with computers, copiers, printers, scanners, hotspots, and with 24/7 access to online resources. We were able to provide both virtual and in-person job support when we resumed in-building services in July of 2020. And as you know, in New London, the digital divide is real. With all of these opportunities to use the computers with job search help, we were able to help our community find various resources and even jobs. I'd like to read a thank you letter from one of our community members. This letter is from Cherie, and Cherie writes, I want to thank all of the librarians for doing an outstanding job even during this COVID-19. I have landed an amazing job which pays me $21 an hour. With that being said, with the help of this library. Thanks, Cherie. What would we do to support our community during COVID-19 pandemic? We were a cooling center during the periods of extreme heat. We were able to provide social distance seating. We were able to provide water and charging stations for our community members. We introduced curbside service of library materials and printouts. On an average, we have been fulfilling about 150 or more than 150. On average, it's 150 curbside requests that we are still fulfilling for our community members. That's outside of the library, contact-free. The library also participated in Food for Holidays programs, and we collected 127 pounds of food, non-perishable food, which we later donated to New London Area Food Pantry. We found creative ways and safe ways to reach out to children and teens in our community. We have distributed over 800 take and make bags, and summer reading this year was also very different. But we were engaged with our community. There were packets, age-appropriate packets for different ages, and families could pick it up from here. We could mail it to families. We had over 800 take and make bags that were distributed, and all of our programs became virtual programs. There were about 300 attendees for our virtual programs this past year. We developed age-appropriate, engaging, and enriching hands-on activities for children and teens for their unique developmental needs. We had book giveaways, we had story time, and we also focused on literacy and language development for our early learners. I would like to read another thank you letter that we received. This is a thank you letter from a child and family advocate at Safe Futures. It says, the Public Library of New London and our agency have partnered together to provide families in our residential programs with enriched activities and age-appropriate books to these children in the programs. Each child, as the case managers, have expressed how this has helped these children to stay hands-on and also be able to work with siblings or parents to achieve the goal at hand. For the first time in a while, our residential programs have seen an uptick in teens enrolled. The New London Library was able to provide STEAM activities and age-appropriate books for them as well. The New London Library has helped to educate myself and the clients we service on how the library can connect with families with resources at the libraries in these tough times. Thank you. Child and Family Advocate, Safe Futures. Our Adult Services Department were very busy. We were able to do, and the use of electronic resources really skyrocketed during the last year. The use of apps, databases, and especially Zoom have had exponentially increased. We had one-on-one computer appointments set up for our patrons to help them find jobs. Our staff continued to bridge the gap when our patrons called them early when we had closed to find out how an app would work, how would Zoom work. So people called us to ask us how to use Zoom. And we're using it every day now. There are two programs that I would like to mention, and we're very proud of these two programs, the ESL classes and the Lawyers in Library program. These are our two programs that were actually in person. So ESL classes, they still meet at the library twice a week. Lawyers in Libraries, we started this program back in December, and we had slots available for registrations, and we had all the slots filled up in December and a big wait list. So we decided that this program is a popular program. We should have it every month. Now it's a recurring program. Lawyers and Libraries seems to be a very popular program, and it continues at our library in person. I want to talk a little bit about our virtual knitting group. We had a small knitting group with about 13 to 15 members who met at the library every Thursday from 10 to 1 before the pandemic. The ladies used to knit and talk and socialize and they kept connected. But when the pandemic happened, the group was unable to meet. So we decided to set up a Zoom meeting every Thursday, same time, 10 to 1. And the group still meets even today, every Thursday, 10 to 1. They talk, they knit, they socialize, and the group is very thankful that we were able to do that and keep them connected. What's new at the library? As you can see, the self-checkout stations. I have a picture of the self-checkout station for you to look at. These are new at the library. You could check out books, movies, hotspot, museum passes easily, quickly, and without waiting in a queue. We have free outdoor Wi-Fi. So we continue to provide Wi-Fi both inside and outside of the library. Public can use outdoor Wi-Fi 24/7. So if you see someone in our parking lot early in the morning, they're probably using the outdoor Wi-Fi. The teen room remodeling project, we are going to start with that project soon, very soon actually, and we can't wait to welcome our teens back to the room when it's safe to do so. Coming up at the library, actually STEAM Month is happening at the library right now. The event is sponsored by Pfizer. There is something for everyone, virtual programs, virtual visit to museums, and take-home STEAM kits for children and teens. We have also partnered with local organizations, and we're providing all of these kits to them. We're getting ready for summer reading. While summer reading is going to look very different this year, we have planned a variety of creative and fun programs to engage all age groups. As we move forward, our vision is very clear. We'd like to increase our digital footprint and reach more people. We want to be relevant in the lives of every New London resident. We know that we have resources that are important to every New London resident. We also know that not every New London resident knows that. So the big challenge is to let our community know that we have all of these resources to help them, encourage more people to come and attend the programs. There are fun programs, educational programs, and there's something for everyone, as I said. So the goal is get a library card in the hands of every New London resident. These cards are 100% free, and people do not know that. So today I ask our City Council to help us promote that message. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Director Gupta, for such an informative presentation. At this time, I'm going to open it up to any of the councilors that would like to ask a question to Director Gupta. Okay. All right, Councilor Dice. Thank you.
This is Counselor Dice. First of all, I like to say, thank you to our public library because you are a great resource. And I was thankful to see it looked like it's an increase this year. And I know last year you guys received an increase. And you mentioned about you have this great resource and trying to get it out in the community. And you mentioned about us. I would like to know, what is the library also doing to make sure people know about this great resource? And this question is through the president to the director of the libraries. Excuse me.
We are doing many different things. The most important thing we found that would be helpful is reaching out to the community ourselves, reaching out to various organizations who directly work with children and families. So we're reaching out to them. We, as I said, we would like to increase our digital footprint so that we reach out to more people. We are advertising our programs. We're reaching out to partners, our community partners, so that the information spreads. Because we individually cannot do this. So we are reaching to our community partners, our local partners, to work with them together. And we are directly working with partners that are working with children and teens. So we are spreading the news out. And again, our big message is the library card is free. Come and use it. It's free of cost to you. Come and use our resource. We're fine free. Nothing will stop you from coming to the library, not even fines anymore.
Oh, this is Counselor Dice. And I just want to make sure I caught that last piece. So people are not being fined anymore?
No, we're not. We're a fine-free library now. So basically what was happening in the past is if somebody had fines on their 10 books, they would not come to the library.
Yes.
It would stop them from coming to. So we are now a fine-free library, which means paying fines on overdue items. You would pay fine on an item which is lost or damaged, but you would not pay fines on overdue items, which means nothing can stop you from coming to the library. And you may have seen children when they come to the library, they check out about 20 books. So the fines kind of add up if you're checking out 20 books and they're late. So we encourage families, we encourage children to just come to the library, bring your books back when you have finished reading them or when you get an opportunity, but come visit the library.
Okay, this is Counselor Dice. Thank you. That right there is really exciting, just on a personal, because we bring, my real job, I bring my Drop and Learning Center kids there, but also I watch my my middle school kids at various times sit outside the library to use your free Wi-Fi. So I really, truly appreciate that resource in our community. And thank you so much for answering my question and sharing that important piece with us. This is Counselor Dice.
Dice. Thank you so much.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Any other counselor? Counselor, all right, Goodwin, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Counselor Goodwin, through you to the director of the library. I just had a quick question because I'm not sure if I missed it. I just wanted a quick explanation on, I'm grateful for the increase for the library. A quick explanation on how those funds will be utilized, or the majority of them. And my follow-up question will be on the teen center.
Thank you for your question. So things are changing. You've seen with COVID, a lot of changes that happened at workplaces. Some people have retired, some people have moved on, some people are not coming back. There have been a lot of changes at the library. Cleaning the library has been our top priority. Keeping our patrons safe has been our top priority. We do plan to hire some staff members, some just to replace people who have already left working here at the library. We would like to add some staff members because we will now have a completely new teen department. So that would be a hire. We would like to hire cleaning crew and cleaning supplies because, again, for the safety of our patrons and our staff. Those would be two big things. We would also like to increase our technological capabilities at the library, which means we would need to add more computers. We would be adding to our job search center, which would also mean another staff member and more computers to the area. And with the renovation in the teen room, we would be having a virtual reality program. So there would be some equipment that would be needed in that room as well.
Thank you for that. Super,
question.
very excited about the teen center. I think there's ways
Thank
that as a council, we can be a lot more supportive. Teens is a sweet spot for me, and it's an area of development that we got to invest heavily in. I did have a question with regards to the funding that you're going to be using with the increase or implementing it on. You had mentioned COVID prevention and things around cleaning supplies, et cetera. I just had a question for you, or it could be for our finance director. Are there not money coming from COVID rebates, et cetera, that we could utilize so a lot more of that money can go directly to the impact on the teen center and on staff?
This is Director McBride. We are still waiting for guidance from the ARP plan, but there is some potential that there will be some funding for such costs as the library. So we're hopeful, but we're still waiting for probably a few more weeks, maybe a month until that guidance comes out.
Got it. Just one quick follow-up question, either for you, David, or for the director. Would that mean that we would be a little bit more fluid with that funding and not specifically earmark it out of their operating budget for COVID if there are implications that it could be funded through other means?
I'm not sure exactly what this is Director McBride. I'm not sure exactly what the question is, but in terms of what those funds are going to be utilized for, I think the mayor has a plan where we're going to move forward and treat those funds similar to this entire budget process with appropriations and details on what that will be. So those funds are still unknown at this time, but I think that is the plan, is to come back to the council and review those various areas and how those funds will be spent.
Got it. So let me reiterate that if you don't mind. So if the director of the library used some of this funding that were granted in the upcoming fiscal year for COVID related issues and nuances, cleaning supplies, et cetera, should money come in where we could rebate it, or I'm drawing a blank on the perfect word, but if we're able to give back that money that was utilized, can we do that? I'm just trying to better understand how we can be more resourceful for that operating budget if there are other avenues to pay for COVID cleaning and COVID related things.
I think the intention is to not rely upon the ARP funding for anything in this particular operating budget for numerous reasons. One is you don't want to set the stage for future years where you're taking money out of budgets, operating budgets, and then not being able to have that base beginning balance going forward. So I would probably make the recommendation not to make cuts with the hope of receiving some funds later. And we also don't want to, you don't want to get in the habit of utilizing, what some people refer to as one-time revenues that are coming in for, 2021 that are going to carry forward for 4 years to offset operating costs. I think the intent is to kind of utilize those funds to supplement things that are not happening, but not to really. I'm for sure. I know you cannot. The intent is not to reduce your operating budget for those ARP funds. So that's something we have been instructed.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Director. I think I was more so inclined, or more so talking about using most of that or all of that that revenue that we are using to increase the library for their operating budget. And if there are means to rebate us or credit us for COVID related expenses, that we look into that. I'm sure with the last funding of money, the city did that. Anything that was able to be eligible for COVID rebates, we took full advantage of that. So I'd be interested to see in how we use that for the library, but no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. This is President Dominguez. Does any other Councilor Booker, are you raising your hand?
Yes, I just
All
have
right.
a quick statement.
Go ahead.
Director Gupta, I just want to thank you very much for the incredible initiatives and resources that you provide for our city and your team as well. And also the New London Public Library does incredible work in our great city. And I'm glad to see an increase in the funding for the library. The New London Public Library has been a resource to my family when we did not have access to a computer nor internet as well. So I just want to say, I really appreciate you and your team for all the work you are doing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Yeah, this is President Dominguez, and I'd just like to say thank you, Director Gupta, for everything that you do, your staff, and also just for the mayor for just continuing to increase resources and monies allocated for the library every year. That's greatly appreciated, and hopefully that will continue on. The other thing is that we're short on time, guys. So listen, the presentation was informative. I mean, if you have any questions that you want to eventually, you can reach out to Director Gupta and she'll follow through, I'm sure, with any answers to those questions, okay? But
Thank
again,
you so much.
all right, so thank you so much. You have a good evening.
You too. Thanks.
All right, at this time, we're going to go right into public utilities. We have Director Lansafami, who's here this evening with us. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, hello, counselors. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Okay. First, I wanted to start by just saying the New London Public Library, that was a fantastic presentation.
Really?
That's going to be a hard one to follow.
That's good.
Thank you very much. I actually learned a lot. So I'm here tonight to present the water, sewer, and stormwater budgets for the city. The budgets that you have before you were approved unanimously by the Water and Water Pollution Control Authority. We are proposing a 0 rate increase for now, and we would like to take the opportunity to revisit that in October, hoping that the COVID issues may be a little better at that point, and we might be able to consider doing a rate increase, because there was a number of projects that we're planning on doing in the city. And I believe that the funding right now in our budget is not appropriate to cover those particular projects, which I'll go into in a little bit. So Barry Weiner apologizes. He could not make it tonight. He had another commitment, and he just wanted me to convey the information that the board is in full support of the budgets. The budgets you have before you are operating and maintenance budgets. We do a small amount of projects with these budgets, and we've had some changes this year in our budgets, primarily because of better information that we have now because of the Munis system, and better information because of the Water Pollution Control Authority's budget system that we have recently upgraded to over the last couple of years. As such, we have been able to present a little bit better, a more accurate budget. The water budget is approximately $6.7 million. The sewer budget is approximately $6.3 million. And the stormwater budget is approximately $1.3 million for a total of about $14.5 million. Again, there's really no changes this year, other than there's been some better bookkeeping, and both expenditures and revenues have been reduced from last year. Again, just because of better, more accurate reporting. I don't really have a lot more to say tonight. If anyone has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer those. I know you guys are on a tight time frame as well tonight, so I would open it up to anyone who had any questions. Thank you.
Okay. This is President Mingus. Thank you, Director Lansafami. With that, I will open it up to any counselors. If you have a question for Director Lansafami, raise your hand so I could see it, and you can go ahead and ask. Okay, Councilor Dice, go ahead.
This is Counselor Dice, and I just want to, this is a quick question. I know that last year you guys was buying certain equipment to do small project to help clear out some of the stormwater and just a lot of other things. I was just curious. I know because of COVID, some things wasn't done, but I was wondering, how did that go this year? That's all.
That's a great question. So that project is not included in the operations and maintenance budget, because I consider those small capital projects. However, it went really well. We got an absolute ton of work done. We replaced a lot of stormwater outfalls, catch basins. We replaced sewer lines, water lines on Atchison Drive was a big one. And we do have plans for a fairly large project, which we're not sure if we're going to be able to incorporate into the workings of our system yet. But we're looking to replace all the lead service lines in the city to the tune of approximately $20 million. We have a project request into the state revolving loan fund, and potentially with a 30 to 35% grant associated with that. And we're also putting together a shovel-ready project to hopefully take advantage of some of the Biden administration's infrastructure funding. If that happens, we could be looking at 75% or so of the project being covered. And the lead service line replacements would be at no cost to the individual homeowners. We would roll it into the rates overall. That way, there wouldn't be any hardships for particular locations. We have about 1,500 lead services in the city. Although we haven't had any lead violations at all, ever, actually. It still is out there, and there still is the potential. Flint never thought they'd have an issue, and they did. So those are the types of projects that we're looking at taking care of.
This is Counselor Dice. I had a chance to be a part or see some of your presentation in the years back, so that's how I knew about that. But what I appreciate.
Okay, I think we, yeah.
Did we lose her?
I think we did. Maybe our internet is lagging a little bit. Yes. Not sure. All right, so does any other counselor have anything to, any questions for Director
This is
Nelson?
Counselor John Staddy. I have a few
Yes.
questions.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on, Counselor Sadi. Counselor Dice.
I'm done. This is Counselor Dice.
Okay.
That was my mic. They pulled me out. The hook came and got me. Thank you.
All right. No problem. Thank you, Counselor Dice. All right, Counselor Sadi.
Thank you very much. So, Mr. Lazafami, in your 2022 budget, what dollar amount is set aside for depreciation remediation? In other words, upgrading the system. And if so, where in your budget is that?
So we no longer budget for depreciation in our budget. But what we do is we have what's called the capital fund that we put back into. It's essentially the budgeted fund balance. This year, if you look on there, you'll notice that the depreciation expense is zero across the board for all of the budgets. And the reason is because for water and sewer, we haven't had a rate increase in 6 and 7 years respectively. And we haven't had a rate increase since the inception of the stormwater utility. And thus, because of increasing costs, we have had a reduction in our overall contribution to our capital funds. With that said, though, our capital funds are actually in quite good health. We do have sufficient funds to get us to weather us through the storm. And we hope to potentially look at a rate increase down the road to try to bolster those again. Hopefully that answers your question.
Well, it really doesn't. And so let's start at the top then. Revenues. Your adopted revenue budget was $7,400,000 in 2021, which was a $800,000 increase from 2020. Where did that $800,000 go?
Well, the adopted revenue, Councilor Sadi, is not at the actual expenditures. That was the budget that was requested. We don't have a final number for 2021 because the year is not over yet. But if you look back at the previous year, 2020, the total was about $6.6 million, which is very similar to this year's. And again, because of our because of Munis and because of the software that we now have on the utility side, we were able to sharpen our pencils a little bit and get a better budget number. So this year's budget is accurate. So we didn't actually expend that extra money. That was just fine-tuned this year.
So where's the 800,000 then?
It doesn't exist. We didn't bring it in as revenues and we didn't spend it as expenditures. So again, if you look at the previous year, the reason why it says fiscal year 2020 actual revenue is because those are numbers that we actually have and we know. The
Yeah.
proposed numbers, the adopted revenue, is not an actual. It was the budget that was approved, but not the budget that was spent.
Okay, so you're showing a decrease of about $7 million, excuse me, $700,000, yet your line item for regular payroll shows about a $2,000 increase. That's gonna
Yeah,
be my question.
sure. So those are numbers that come in from union contracts. So they increase. We also, Councilor Sade, have an additional position that has not been funded. It shows up in the budget, but the person hasn't been hired, and that's been on the books for 6 or 7 years now. And we just have never gotten to the point where I felt like our budget was healthy enough to be able to carry another employee. So we haven't hired that employee. So that's part of the reason why that number has gone up. Again, I don't expect we're going to spend that. I think you're going to look at the fiscal year 2020 number. It's probably going to be closer to $87,000, $87,600 than it is to the 127, because again, that employee is not going to get hired this year.
Okay, and then moving down to consulting, there's actually two line items for $100,000. One is consulting and one is for other professional services. Could you please define first other professional services?
Sure. So other professional services would include, for instance, items that we know that we need to do for, like, for instance, dam inspections is one item that comes to mind. I don't have all of the backup in front of me right now, but those types of things are what would be considered other professional services. Essentially, it's consulting, but it's a known consulting. So we know that we have to spend that money every single year. Whereas consulting is in the event that we need to hire someone to help us out where the expertise is not there in-house. And we typically don't expend those lines. If you look back at 2020, our consulting, we did request 100,000, as we always do, but we only spent 55,000. And other professional services, we requested 100,000, but we only spent 75,000. So we typically don't expend those fully. But I like to have them in there in the event that we run into some issue. The Department of Public Health and EPA are oftentimes issuing new rules that come out, and sometimes we need some assistance with that. I'll give you an example: stream flow regulations. We are trying to get waivers for those right now, and that's something that requires a very specific expertise to do, and that's what we would use for, say, consulting.
Okay, and then I do see a new line item for small capital projects to the tune of 500,000. Do you have any idea what those small capital projects will be?
So yes, small capital projects this year, for instance, will include, we have to replace a bridge at one of our dams. It's probably going to be around $200,000 to $250,000 just for that one specific job. It's long overdue. It's up at Barnes Reservoir. I could take you out there sometime if you'd like to see it, but we've pushed the envelope a little too far, and now we need to deal with it. And then the other $250,000 is there for projects that may come up throughout the year, because the way we operate our system is we don't necessarily replace on a schedule. So if we run into an issue, say in August, where we need a valve replacement or something like that, that fails, that pool of money would be utilized for that. If the $250,000 is not expended, then it goes back into our fund. So it doesn't actually go away. It doesn't get used. It gets put back into our fund and replenishes our fund. One of the reasons why we picked $250,000 is because we're currently going through a negotiation on the sewer side for wastewater services for Waterford and East Lyme. And in that, we've come up with a $250,000 number that we considered would be covered in the operations and maintenance budget rather than going to capital. Going to capital just gets a little more difficult. You have to go through a few more steps. And if we can do the work in-house, it typically saves the city money to do it that way. So that's the reason why the $250,000 is there, in addition to the $250,000 for the bridge project.
Okay. And now, administrator's salaries.
Councilor Sadi, sir.
Yeah.
Just give me a minute, because remember, I already gave you like 6 or 7 questions in a row.
No
Okay.
problem.
All right.
I'll hold off.
Or you can send those, because we got to keep moving. We got already Matt Green here too, but I want to give an opportunity for, Judge Matt Green is here, but I want to give an opportunity to any of the counselor that wishes to address any questions to Director Lasafami. All right, I don't see any. Okay, so what I'll do is, Councilor Sadi, you have to email those to him, okay?
Thank you.
Yep, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, Director Lansafami, thank you for your time. Thank you for answering those questions. Some of them, kind of like, from some of those questions I recall from about depreciation, but hopefully, we got that. We got it. All right. So thank you. Appreciate your time. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right. All right, let's move on. We have the probate judge, Judge Matt Green is here with us. Good evening, sir. You have the floor.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
How are you, buddy?
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready.
All right. I guess for the new counselors, I can try to explain how the probate works.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Basically, I rent space from the City of New London City Hall, and Waterford pays approximately 80% of the budget that we present here, that's being presented. It's based on a grand list. So at the end of the day, with me renting space from the City of New London, which is included in the budget, there's actually cash that comes to the City of New London. I think Mr. McBride could probably explain in greater detail. But basically, my budget is all statutory. There are certain requirements that you have to pay pursuant to the statutes, and that's all we ask for. Salaries and everything, obviously, they're paid by the probate court, by probate administration. So it's just really for the equipment, or some of the equipment, because some of the equipment is also paid for by probate administration. But I guess I'll leave it to Mr. McBride to really, over the years, this is 28 years as probate judge, I've always relied on the finance director to put together my budget. And because again, it's all statutory. But I'm happy to answer the question. The only thing that I will say at some time in the future, that as you know, City Hall is being renovated at this time. And there may be, based on the renovations, there may be some equipment or some furniture that may be more appropriate with the renovations. That may be an added cost. But again, we don't look to be extravagant in any way, shape, or form. We just try to get forward with the bare necessities. But if there are any direct questions that I'm happy to answer, but I think Mr. McBride could probably go through the numbers a lot more effectively than I can.
Yeah, this is Director McBride. I believe Judge Green pretty much summed it up how it's calculated. It's a somewhat of a smaller budget. It's approximately $20,000 of operating expenses, the $16,000 of rental that he indicated. That gets divvied up between the two based upon the grand list. As you know from other discussions, the grand list in New London has been growing a little bit larger than Waterford's the past few years. So as a result of that, the pickup from New London is a little bit greater. But in summary, exactly what Judge Green said was how that works.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Any counselor that has a question for Judge Green?
This is Counselor Sadi. I think my hand is up.
Yeah, the only thing, Counselor Sadi, I know that you have your hand up, but you don't have the screen on. So
You see where I've raised my hand on my screen?
Nope, I don't see it.
See that little yellow hand at the top? Okay.
Let me see. Yeah, I don't see it. That's the thing, because if you don't have the screen, okay. All right. Okay, so, that's why I'd rather have you guys turn on your screens. It's easier for me, but if not, All right, if you have it, let me see. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councilor Sadi, but let's stick with 2 questions, okay? Because I got to make sure I give time for everyone else.
No problem. This is through you, Council President, to Budget Director McBride. I show 2020 actual 21,658. I see original budget for 2021 of 30,000 and 222 for 30,000. And pretty much that's what I show. Other than it shows so far actual to date is 19,470. So whatever else Attorney Green is talking about, we don't see in our budget. Because you talked about rental expense and operating expense.
Correct. This is Director McBride. Those expenses are kind of what I would refer to as off balance sheet accounts. Those expenses aren't run through the New London, City of London's books. The contribution that New London makes for these expenses is approximately, $28,000-$30,000. That's the budget that you're seeing.
Well, we have here 30,000.
Yes, 30,000 is the estimate of what the
Right, for some reason, the actual for 2020 was only 21,658.
Yes, so for that year, the actual expenditures were less than what the actual budgets were. So in that year, whether it was microfilm or the communication or supplies, they didn't incur as much as what was projected.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. Councilor Booker, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, President Dominguez. Through you, President Dominguez, to either Director McBride. On tab 11, page 14, there is a decrease of 15,000 in the consulting line, and it appears those funds have been added to the legal and other professional services lines. What are the reasons for these changes?
This is Director McBride. I believe that will be a question for Attorney Londrigan when we discuss the law budget. That's a separate, department within the city.
Point of order, Council President Dominguez. Are we presently working on probate or legal right now?
No, probate. I'm talking about, yep.
Okay.
Probate,
And
which is the
I
probate
believe
court.
that's 6, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other counselor for the probate court at this time? All right. Oh, Councilor Dice.
Sorry, this is Councilor Dice. I just had one question, just through you, Mr. President, to Judge Green. Are you doing also remote consultation, or I was just wondering where, because City Hall is in repair and renovation, and I was just wondering, are you working from home? I was just curious about that.
That's a good question. No, actually, the probate court has been open every single day, even during the pandemic.
Wow.
My staff is there, but all our hearings are held remotely, and that is one of the things that. And I'm glad you brought that up. As we move forward, there may be some infrastructure that, well, actually, there's a new infrastructure being put in with the renovations of City Hall, but there may be some equipment that may be needed in order to continue and having hearings remotely. It's one of the things that once I open back up, we will continue to have remote hearings, and I did previously, but it's not going to be just from a computer screen. It is going to be from actually a television, very similar to what you have in the council chambers, where people who are in the hearing will be able to see the people remotely, and it wouldn't just be me from my computer. But we are in City Hall every single day, or Monday through Friday, not including holidays, and we haven't missed a day from the beginning.
This is Counselor Dice. Thank you
Mm-hmm.
so much, Judge Green. Thank you.
Okay. All right, this is President Dominguez. Any other counselor? All right, seeing none, thank you, Judge Green,
Thank you.
for your time. All right,
Everyone have a great day. And again, I thank you all for your hard work.
likewise, thank you, and have a good evening.
You too. Thank you.
All right, at this time, we have our law director
Yes, good afternoon.
with us.
President Dominguez.
Go ahead, sir.
City councilors, thank you. For the record, Attorney Jeffrey Londrigan with the law firm of Conway, Londrigan, Sheehan, and Monaco. Thanks to this council and to Mayor Passero, I continue to have the privilege of representing my hometown as its law director. As I say pretty much every year, and I mean it every year, I truly enjoy representing the city, the mayor, this council, the mayor's administration, all the city department heads, and boards and agencies. What we've done, what I hope we do, is provide, a high level of legal services to the city for a reasonable price when compared to the open market for legal services. As I've said before, the law director's department is a little different. There are no other indirect costs or overhead associated with our with my office. There's no office space needed, no staff needs, no benefits. All that's incurred by my firm. Obviously, we think that this is a more economical approach to legal services than if the city were to establish and have to employ a legal department. So I think it works out. Obviously, I think this council, now you all have at least a year under your belt for the newer members to the council. So I think after working with you for a year, although remotely, and I look forward to going back to when we can meet every other week in person. But I think I've had an opportunity to work with all the city councilors on various items that your committees might have had. So I think you might have a better sense of the services that we provide, but just for the benefit of the public and people watching, just to cover a few things. We cover all administrative appeals on behalf of the city, tax appeals, zoning appeals, FOI appeals. We deal with labor and union issues, grievances, contract negotiations, etc. We handle general litigation and claims matters. For larger matters where we have insurance, we coordinate with KERMA for the defense of those larger pieces of litigation. We deal with ordinance drafting. We deal with general legal support to the council and to all the boards and agencies of the city. Deal with drafting leases, drafting license agreements, drafting all sorts of contracts. We support all the department heads and their departments, support boards and agencies like the WWPCA and Director Lazafame, Director Red, and the Parking Authority. The one exception, obviously, is we do not represent the Board of Education. They have their own legal services for their situation, but every other city board and agency and commission our office represents. As I also say every year, it's difficult to forecast and anticipate who may sue the city or have an issue during any particular fiscal year, or anticipate legal issues that may arise for the city. Just by way of an example, this past year, there were claims made against the New London Police Department of some discriminatory practices. So we had to get involved with that, hire an investigator outside. There was a cost that wasn't anticipated. Things moving forward with Connecticut Port Authority and the State Pier Project, that started taking on a life of its own. And so there was more an investment of more time and legal services in that area. So sometimes we can kind of read the tea leaves, and other times we get surprises, but that also is what makes the practice of law exciting and invigorating, believe it or not. So assuming no surprises over the last 75 days of this current fiscal year, my budget is on pace to come in on budget. We've had to make some intra-departmental transfers this fiscal year, most of them happening within the last 90 days. So as I'm looking at what was presented to the council, and you had some actual numbers through 6 months, the last 3 months have been exciting. So we've had some intra-departmental transfers that have brought those numbers in the various columns pretty much on budget. Where we were looking at a little bit of a surplus around the new year, we're now trending more towards coming in on budget. And that's partly because the courts have now started to open back up. For the better part of this fiscal year, the courts were closed. And so our litigation line item was looking very robust, but we were moving things out of that line item for other areas. So it always kind of has a way of working itself out. So with sort of COVID shutting everything down, it's essentially been sort of a lost year was from what was anticipated to occur. I think it's prudent that the finance director has proposed a budget for the upcoming fiscal year identical to the budget that was approved last year. Last year's budget had a little bit of an increase on the litigation side of things because we were expecting to be trying 57 tax appeals. And obviously that all got put on ice. The ones that we thought we were going to be having in the summer and fall and winter this past year are likely going to occur this summer, fall, and winter. So I think just running back, if you will, last year's budget, what we anticipated makes a lot of sense. And I think if things play out normally as the world goes back to hopefully pre-March 2020, there aren't going to be a lot of intra-departmental line item transfers because I think we're just going to be kind of resetting and doing this coming fiscal year what we were hoping to do the last fiscal year. So again, while it's not an exact science, figuring it out, I think what's being proposed by Director McBride and the mayor and his administration is spot on and should get the job done for the upcoming fiscal year. And I thank you for your consideration and for giving me the time and opportunity to present to you. And obviously, I will take on any questions that you might have about my budget. Thank you, President Dominguez.
This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Law Director Landrigan. At this time, Councilor Booker, do you have any questions for the Law Director?
Yes, thank you very much, President Dominguez. Greatly appreciate it. I really appreciate the fact that the Law Director is doing a phenomenal job. You are always there for us on many levels. But I do have a question in regards to tab 11, page 14. There is a decrease of $15,000 in the consulting line. And it appears those funds have been added to the legal and other professional services lines. What are the reasons for these changes? If you can clarify that, Attorney Landrigan, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, I can. Attorney Jeffrey Landrigan again. So the change that was made there was in the expected anticipation of those 57 tax appeal trials. That line item, other professional services, is what is billed for the litigation portion of the services that I provide when we're in court, when we're in front of a judge or a tribunal. And so what we were anticipating was having a surge, if you will, of a lot of litigation this past year because of those tax appeals. And so what we did was, what was done last year was to try and keep the bottom line roughly about the same from past years, but inject some money into that litigation line item. And where it was taken from was from the experts and consultants line item, because historically where those numbers had been running and trending was looked like that could incur a little bit of a decrease while moving those funds to the litigation line item in anticipation of that surge of litigation and hearings.
Thank you very much, Attorney Landrigan. This is Council Booker. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yep, this is President Dominguez. Finance Director McBride, I saw that you raised your hand. You go ahead, sir.
This is Director McBride. I just wanted to clarify, what Attorney Landrigan was explaining was the increase in last year's budget. This current year's budget is staying the same as the 2021. What he referred to earlier is the modifications that were done this year. If you were to look at the 2021 original budget column, that column is staying the same as the 2022 departmental budget. Therefore, leaving those costs to be incurred this summer that Attorney Landrigan had increased the budget for next year. The 2021 revised budget that I think you were referring to takes into consideration those reductions in budget modifications. So the budget is the same as the 2021 original budget by each category.
Okay, thank you, Director of Finance. At this time, any other counselor? Okay, all right, Counselor Dice.
This is Counselor Dice. I just want to make sure I understand how we're being charged, because it sound like, excuse me, this is through our president to the law director. I just want to make sure it's a mixture of a flat rate, because you say you're projecting what we're going to charge every year, but it sound like it's also it could be charged if we're in litigation or things escalate. And I just want to make sure that that's my interpretation for what I understood. Is that correct?
Attorney Jeffrey Landrigan, yes and no, Counselor Dice, and that's actually a very good question. My budget for the general and the litigation, other professional services line items are billed hourly. It's at an hourly rate of $150 an hour. Which is actually lower than a lot of hourly rates for surrounding municipalities that their legal services are charged. And it's much less than what the Board of Education gets charged for their legal services. But it is based upon an hourly rate. And what we've been able to do is over the years forecast how many hours the jobs will take. And that's how we get to what is essentially what looks to be lump sums of $125,000 in one line item and $210,000 in another line item. Historically, the number of hours that we're going to have to invest in city files roughly comes out to those figures. So that's how those figures are created. But the time that we spend is billed hourly. And so if the hours come in less than that, we come in under budget. If things come up and the hours invested are over that amount, that's where there are some interdepartmental line items to try and do, or as we've done in past years, have to come in and ask for a supplemental appropriation to get us over the finish line of the fiscal year. The good news, I should say, historically, is that the summertime, the courts typically try and slow down a little bit because that's a very popular time for a lot of people to take vacations. So as we enter into the month of June with 30 days to go, a lot of times we're able to triage certain city files and stave off work on some other city files to get us into new fiscal year. So I'm proud to say that over the past, in more recent years, we haven't had to come back asking for any appropriations. We've been either at or slightly under budget. So we are able to control some of those costs sometimes as we're coming up on the end of a fiscal year, but that's not always the case. So just wanted to add that, but to go back to your original question, Councilor Dice, everything is billed at an hourly rate, but we have built into it what we believe are the hours to be invested over the next fiscal year.
This is Councilor Dice. That is awesome that you could forecast like that. So I just want to, I appreciate that. And you made a statement about the Board of Ed, about their lawyer that represent them. And I was just curious if something, if you was offered the Board of Ed as a client. Is that feasible to be able to serve the city and the Board of Ed? I'm just putting it out there. Since you opened those doors, I just decided to walk through it.
Counselor Dice, I did not intend to open that door, but
Okay.
I'll answer as diplomatically as I can. What the position that we've always taken, and the law director before me, my father, is that under the city charter, the law director is to represent all boards, agencies, and commissions of the city. It's our opinion that that includes the Board of Education. Now, the Board of Education has always taken a different tact. They have always taken the position that they are more a creature of the state than they are a municipal board or agency. They feel that they answer to the state more than they answer to the city, and for that reason, they're outside of the scope of our charter. State law trumps local charters and local ordinances in certain situations. So, and that's just the way that it has been, and it's been able to carry on for all these many years. But our position as the law director has never changed, that we think it would be, were there to be a merging of services for all boards and agencies, we don't see any inconsistency with a situation where our office would also represent the Board of Education, since we feel that they are just as much a municipal board as they might be a creature of state statute. So there wouldn't be a conflict in our opinion, but whether or not any of that comes to fruition, that's not the way that the current structure has been in the past or is presently.
This is Counselor Dice. You did an excellent job in explaining it, being very diplomatic. So thank you so much.
It's a fine line to have to walk. Yes. So I hope I did it okay and didn't trip up too much there.
Good job. This is Counselor Dice speaking. Thank you, President.
All right, this is President Dominguez. Just want to say thank you to Attorney Landrigan just for his service and his staff, and for always getting back to us when we have a question, there's some kind of, issue we don't understand, and just for doing what I guess, what your father did, right? Serving this community, our city, and we greatly appreciate that. So
well, thank you for the opportunity.
You're welcome. All right, so at this time, yes, we are moving on to Health District. We have Jen Moggio is online with us at this time. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks for making time this evening to hear about our budget. And as I think I said last year and the year before, I just want to echo what the law director said about it being my honor to do this work in my city and for my community members. So you have our budget. As you know, each of our member municipalities contributes to our budget on a per capita basis. This year, the Board of Directors did set an increase to the per capita rate that is being assessed to our members of 3%. And I want to point out that this is the first time we've increased the per capita rate since fiscal year 2018, and that our per capita rate is still lower than that rate that was paid by our member municipalities in 2010. So we have worked hard over the years to limit the impact of our cost increases associated mostly with contractual wage increases and insurance expenses. But we are increasing the per capita rate for next fiscal year for the first time in several years. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Jen Moggio. This is President Dominguez. At this time, I'm going to call on President Pro Tem Natatis. If she has any questions.
Thank you, President Dominguez. I've reviewed the budget. I mean, I know that back in 2018, there at the time we were really kind of tightening up our belts, right? So I'm glad that you pointed that out, and I see the proposed budget as being fair, and I don't have any specific questions about it. I support it as is. Thank you.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, President Pro Tem Nartatis. At this time, I'll call on Councilor Goodwin. Any questions or comments?
I do not have any question or comments. Thank you, Director, for joining us, and thank you for the presentation, all the work you and the team does.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councilor Sadi. Councilor Sadi, sir, any questions?
Council Sadi has no questions this time. Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councilor Booker.
Council Booker has no questions either. Thank you very much for all the great work you're doing, you and your team as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And Councilor Burke.
This is Councilor Burke. No questions at this time, but great to see you, Jen. Thanks for all the great work you're doing.
Thank you so much.
All right, and Councilor Dice.
Counselor Dice, my computer froze and this is terrible. But which department?
This is Health District. Oh, it froze again. Yeah, she's been having issues with that. But as for me, I don't have any questions really. I looked at the budget. I thank you for everything that you do, all right, and your staff as you deal in these, complicated times that we're living in. But thank you for your professionalism at all times. So I appreciate that.
Thank you so much. It really is our honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we'll move on. I don't know how long she's gonna be frozen this, but we'll move on. Okay.
You know where to find me.
That's true. That's true. Thank you so much then. Bye.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. At this time, we will move into Port Authority. Okay. Yes, I see Kathy Wilburn is here. Thank you so much. I know you've been here from the beginning, so I appreciate your patience and your time. So go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. Just for the record, this is Kathy Walburn. I'm Chair of the Port Authority. And we submitted our budget for the fiscal year 21-22. And basically what we do is the revenue that we take in is then applied to our expenses. So it's a wash in and out. We did this year, anticipating the restaurant on the Custom House Pier, we added in business property rental, a new account in revenue. So we could have that separate from the normal rental at the waterfront. But basically we're hoping that this year with the pandemic, hopefully starting to settle down, that we'll get more activity. And we are getting requests in for docking. So I believe our season will look pretty good.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair of the Port Authority, Kathy Wilburn. At this time, I will open it up to any counselor that has a question. President Pro Tem Nartatis, you have a question?
I do not.
Okay, all right. So let me see, any other counselor? Counselor Sadi, questions or comments?
None at this time.
Okay. All right, Councilor Booker.
Yeah, just have a couple questions. Thank you very much, President Dominguez.
Okay.
Thank you, President Dominguez, to Chair Port Authority Kathy Walburn, and thank you very much for the presentation. Greatly appreciate it. There's an increase of $40,000 for maintenance and repairs for the 2022 fiscal year. What major repairs do you anticipate addressing in this next year?
Well, we did have some work done on City Pier. We're also looking possibly at doing some more work on the Custom House Pier. We're looking at maintenance areas. A lot of the waterfront hasn't been touched in many, many years. So that's what we're looking to utilize that money for.
Okay, thank you very much for the clarification on that. I really appreciate it. Another question I have is in regards to marketing and advertisement. There's an increase in investment in marketing and advertisement of 7,000. What plans do you have to increase the marketing of Port Authority in New London?
We do have some signage that we're looking to update on the waterfront. We also do a lot through our DACWA which is the program that's used for people to book either docking or mooring. So that does go for some costs there, and they will do advertising for us in that respect. We also do put ads in magazines throughout the year, and that does cover some of the costs. We also look for different locations to for something new to advertise the waterfront.
Thank you very much, Chair Port Authority, Kathy Walburn. I greatly appreciate the presentation. This is Councilor Booker. I have no further questions at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, this is President Dominguez at this time. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President. Through you, could you repeat her name again? I'm sorry. I want to make sure I had it right.
Yeah, Kathy Wilburn.
Wilburn was the last name. Thank you. Through you to Ms. Wilburn. Ms. Wilburn, could you give me what's the vision for the Port Authority moving forward? We have a beautiful waterfront, and I take it it's underutilized and there's a lot more revenue we could be bringing in. Are there ways that we could help attribute to that and or better means that we could do that to bring in more revenue to our waterfront?
When we meet and we discuss things, and I know one of the biggest proponents for the waterfront is the mayor, and he does have a lot of ideas. And we're actually, just from our past meeting, we're actually getting more and more larger vessels wanting to come here from different locations, from New York, Massachusetts, because I'm assuming their normal areas where they're docking, having some issues, and or with the pandemic going on, New London is basically opening up. So we are looking, I mean, we have the sailing that we were on mooring last year, and with Barbara Neff as dock master doing all of the waterfront activities. And then we're looking at, hopefully, with the State Pier project, we're working on that, making sure that that will all work well with the city. Once everything is done through DEP and the Corps of Engineers, if we're looking at that, that's happening, that will actually provide, hopefully, some more revenue to the waterfront. But a lot of the organizations in New London tend to look at the waterfront as utilization. With the water taxi and their programs, we have UConn looking at more placements of signage, another trail signage on the waterfront. We would like to update some of our waterfront signs that are there as well. So it's just getting the word out. Come dock, come more. We're going to have this restaurant. Now we're looking at the other piece of land on the front portion there to hopefully utilize somebody coming in and saying, hey, I want to, either another food item or some other type of activity. That patch of land is across from the children's pier, and it would be nice to tie in something for families to take their kids down there. So there's a lot of opportunity at the front out there, and we're getting a lot of people interested, and hopefully we'll have a lot of activity.
I'm glad you mentioned that that land, that patch of land, and also the need for some type of family activity. It's part of a lot of the conversation I'm having with the economic development director and in my conversation. So I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. At this time, any of the Councilor Burke?
No, nothing at this time. Thank you so much, Kathy. But nothing at this time. Thank you, President.
Thanks.
All right. President Dominguez again. Any other councilor? Any comments or questions? I know some of you guys don't have your screen on, so I'm just going to say any other councilor. Okay. So seeing none, thank you so much, Kathy Wilburn, Director of Chair of Port Authority. Thank you for your time, and thank you for sharing and answering our questions this evening. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You're welcome. You too. All right. We'll keep moving on. The next, it is Ocean Beach Park. David Shagru. How you doing, sir?
Thank you. I'm doing great. Beautiful evening. Beach today.
All
so
right.
up
Yes,
and
it
down.
is. Yes, it is. Thank you. So we did get your some of the items that you emailed. We got them from our assistant Jenny Stark. So at this time, I'll let you have the floor, and then.
Fantastic.
Mhm.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. You all know I love Ocean Beach Park. I've worked here for 34 years now, 22 as general manager, and it's an honor and a privilege to run this park for the citizens and for you. I just wanted to take a minute to update you regarding the current year we're in, which ends this June. It's been more than interesting for us, like everyone else, with some serious challenges. As you know, we kept parts of the park open and closed others to try to limit the amount of people we could attract and also to control our finances. Since we were one of the only places to go, the beach alone attracted more people than the whole park does during a normal year last summer. So the challenge was to keep people out to provide for proper social distancing. One of the biggest challenges we've ever seen here. But we were able to keep it going and provide a safe atmosphere. It was really essential for so many people and greatly appreciated. Our sales to date through the end of March are actually down 46% from last year. But truthfully, we have one of the best stories I've heard in our industry. At the end of our first period, the most crucial month of July, our net profit was down $200,000 from the previous year. That's a heck of a hole to be dug into. I'm happy to tell you though, at the end of March, our bottom line is actually better than the previous year by about $40,000. So there's actually a clear path to beat last year's results and even a possibility of making a profit during the COVID year, which is not many people can say that. We focused on aggressively managing down the expenses of the park. We're actually able to save $657,000 or 60% of our operating budgets. We drastically cut labor costs, negotiated our liability insurance to half, localized heat in the buildings only where people were working or to keep pipes from freezing. We even got rid of all the dumpsters. I was taking all the garbage to the transfer station with my truck. We closed down our office. We cut all marketing since the new challenge was keep people from coming. We cut the utilities wherever possible. We unfortunately also had to cut all of our entertainment last summer, as we know, as even if we could have done it safely, the numbers couldn't have worked for you. We also learned some new things that we could do at Ocean Beach Park to assist with revenue. During the fall, when the Big E couldn't operate, we did a deal with them to bring the fair to New London. We sold their signature cream puffs and chocolate eclairs here on weekends. It was an instant line every time we opened up to sell those items. Made some money and made a lot of people happy. We opened a gift shop for the holiday season. We sold many Christmas Ocean Beach Park ornaments, engraved boards on the boardwalk, and other merchandise. Our social media efforts got the word out quickly. We found that the ice cream stand could actually be profitable this year into late October when so many other venues closed, so we kept it open. The Port Starboard banquet room, as you probably know, was turned into a classroom space that allowed kids for distance learning. It was a great thing to see the kids down here. During summer, we learned that the right social media verbiage, we can encourage people to come during the weekdays versus the busy weekends. So our weekday beach business was actually stronger than the previous year and still within the right guidelines. Weekends were a huge challenge in limiting attendance. More people than ever were coming since we're open and earlier than before. We learned that if we opened the gate at 5:00 a.m., people would get here then to make sure they got their spot on the beach and we wouldn't back up traffic into the neighborhood. Many people have enough of the beach after about 8 hours. So we found at about 2 o'clock, we could start counting cars leaving, how many cars are coming towards us, and reopen the park so we could have more people have a great visit and actually increase our revenue. So we actually turned the beach over during those busy days, which was pretty good. Something new this year, we had a strong attendance from Albany, New York. Lots of people would drive 3 hours to get to Ocean Beach Park and 3 hours back to spend some time with us here. So this is quite a remarkable place. And planning for next year, as you mentioned, I did send 3 documents for your review. The first is our proposed parking rates for the coming summer. I'm not proposing too much of a change, up a little bit, labor is going up, and rounding off so we can expedite the transactions at the parking booth. The state added sales tax, so that made it a little bit difficult. So we want to keep with even numbers. We are proposing an increase to evening parking as we have larger crowds and we're having better and more expensive entertainment and people are turning out for those events. There is one typo on that. If you go towards the bottom, the pedestrian, resident, child, and senior should be free. That was something you folks put in place last year. So those passes will be free, not $10 again this year. The second document is a performer or budget that I provide every year as where I think the next year may yield. I think it's conservative, but as we know, the weather can make our sales levels here volatile, and now we know a pandemic can have an even greater effect. This model assumes that we can get back to what we do, and is somewhat similar to what I presented you with last year. We think with pent-up demand, the banquet business will come back strong. We're actually resuming our banquet operations after being closed all year in Port Starboard starting May 1st. Bookings at the pavilion have been very strong. The final document you have is our entertainment schedule provided for the summer. optimistic I'm optimistic the vaccinations give people confidence and the ability to get back to what they enjoy. I think we all need to see people dancing on the boardwalk. I think we all agree on that. I usually have this done in January, but I've actually done it in the last few weeks with so much uncertainty. But highlights include the first line on it, you'll see a couple job fairs. One goal of ours this year is to hire more New London kids. So if any of you have a way to reach out to New London kids, we want those kids working here this summer. It's their park. We got a great Beatles tribute night. Car cruise nights are coming back. We got country line dancing on the boardwalk, salsa dancing. We've got 3 complimentary open family night swims in the pool. We've got a reggae night planned. Elton John tribute, Billy Joel tribute. New London Pride's coming back again this year, which is a lot of fun. Kelly Road Race is coming back. We've got a Prince tribute, kids magic shows, ABBA tribute. We've got a soul music tribute. We've got a new one this year, Carlos Santana tribute, that I personally can't wait for. We got a steel band night, and we got a big band jazz orchestra. Unfortunately, the Ocean Beach Park Polka Days Festival scheduled for late June has been canceled. Most of those guests come from a distance by plane, so we don't think there's going to be enough interest to make it worth it for us or the promoters. So we'll look forward to a bigger, better event next year. We also made a recent decision not to host our Connecticut Make-A-Wish Day volleyball fundraiser in early summer as usual, but hope to revisit that and maybe have it in the fall when it's safe for those kids. And that's what I've got for you, and I appreciate your thoughts, input, and questions as always. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. President Dominguez. Thank you, David Shiguro. At this time, I'm going to call on President Pro Tem Natatas with her questions.
Thank you, President Dominguez. Welcome, Dave. I'm a little confused. I did not get a chance to read whatever you sent out. Like you sent out something recently. Last year, we did a lot of work on changing the rates, particularly for our youth, New London residents, for getting into that park. I mean, the whole dialogue and meeting and discussion was that, we wanted to make it affordable to people that live here in New London. So you made a comment about increasing parking rates. Can you elaborate on that, please?
I didn't hear you. You faded out on me.
You made a comment about increasing parking rates. Can you elaborate?
We're rounding the parking rates off. They came to last year it was $23.51 on the weekends. We're recommending going to 25. These are for non-residents. Weekends it was $18.81. We recommended going to 20, just to reduce the transaction time and take care of the increases in wages that we're going to experience starting August.
Okay, so just to be clear, those are non-resident increases.
No, and the residents we pushed towards the season passes. And we actually doubled the sale of New London resident passes last year. So people really took to that. You can get a New London pass for the price of 2 days of admission. So once we explained that to people, they all gravitated towards the pass and they came more often, which was really good. So I'm moving in the right direction for sure.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
President Dominguez.
Thank you. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, President Pro Tem Natatas. At this time, let me go to Councilor Goodwin. If you have any questions or comments.
I do. I guess my first question would be through you, President Dominguez, to Mr. Shiguro, and thank you, Mr. Shiguro. I just seen the entertainment schedule, so I'm thrilled and looking forward to it. My question would be regards to, I think you mentioned an increase in the sales tax. Are there any other taxes that go back into the infrastructure or improvements into the beach?
Yeah,
Capital development.
We have a maintenance reserve fund. And there's 2% of every dollar that comes in the park goes into the maintenance reserve fund. It's actually pretty well funded right now at a little over $100,000. With COVID, we just clamped down on everything. And I didn't know what the year was going to look like financially. I didn't know if I was going to have to give you that back towards your bottom line. So we're in pretty good shape right now. We're spending some of that on the mini golf course presently, but there's some other wish lists in the park as well.
Got it. And my other question is, I believe we took out a capital improvement loan and we're currently trying to make up for the difference of that. If that's not correct. Are there anything else that's outstanding that we need to pay, and where are we at in terms of settling that out?
No, that gets amortized through the course of the year. I think it's like $6,700 per month. We amortize that back. That was money that my company loaned the beach. The last one was to do the renovation of the exterior of the Port of Starboard building, put all new stucco and replaced all the doors and windows, et cetera. The building's about $1 million.
And now, does that become current prior to the end of the current contract that we're in with your company, or when does that actually?
I
How
believe.
long was that for?
I believe they co-terminate. I believe at the end of our contract, that's paid off.
Got it.
Years from now.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for the wonderful work that you do at the beach. And one last question, just in terms of formality, you had mentioned the parking rates. Is that conversation for today, or is that a later council meeting, Council President?
I think you can handle it either way you want to do it. If you want to have more discussions on your own and get back to me. They're very similar to what we did last year. It's more of a tax increase. So I think start selling the season passes at last year's rate so we can start getting some revenue through here. And then if you make a change, we can make the change at that point.
And if I'm correct, there were 0 changes to the resident rates besides taxes?
Yes, on the season passes, but I did have one typo there. The student and senior walking pass should be free.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Goodwin. This is President Dominguez. At this time, I'll call on Councilor Dice. I don't know if she's on. I think she's on, on her phone. Yes.
Is
Oh, no,
this-
you're back. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, this is Councilor Dice, and Deja, I am very impressed and thankful for the diversity, the different projects that you presented to us today. I like the fact that to hear some of the changes that was implemented through COVID did have an impact and a difference. So thank you for pointing those points out and the importance of being open and receptive to see change. And I hope it be more of a productive, I hope it's a productive summer. But I want to personally say thank you for my children at the center. Today, we had an opportunity to visit Ocean Beach. We took the bus down because we're open during spring break. And I think we got the best shoreline in the world. It's simply beautiful. So just keep up the work and being receptive and open to suggestions. And this was Councilor Dyson. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I'm always up for suggestions and whatever we can do to improve this place. And like I said before, people drive 3 hours to come see for a little bit of time what we have right in our backyard. So it's pretty impressive.
It is. Thank you. This is President Dominguez. At this time, I'm going to call on Councilor Sadi.
Yes, Councilor Sadi has no questions or comments at this point in time. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thanks. At this time, let me call on Councilor Burke. Not sure if Councilor Burke, if you have any questions or comments.
Yeah, sorry, I froze for a second. This is
That's
Councilor
okay.
Burke. Thank you, President Dominguez. Yeah, just one quickly. Dave, thanks so much. It's great to hear an update. Great to hear that things worked out a little bit better financially than we initially thought. One question just about operations this summer. Are the restaurants going to be back open? Is the restaurant going to be back open or not?
I believe so, yes. Things seem to be lightening up on a regular basis, and we really want to get that sandbar back open. We're actually starting to set up the tables today, see how many we can get up there with proper distancing. We're going to have to get some plexiglass in the bar as well, some shields up. But our plan is to open everything. Maybe not the beach stand, but we're going to open a low-level food court. We're going to open the ice cream stand, and we want to open that bar again. And we want to get people up there and having a cold drink, watch the entertainment. It's time.
Awesome. This is Councilor Burke. And just one, I believe I know the answer, but just to make sure through you, Mr. President, to the law director, outside of the budget, we set the entry fees at Ocean Beach by separate ordinance. Is that correct?
If that question's for me, that's we're supposed to collaborate and come up with them together per our contract with the city.
Got it. Okay. And I will ask just double check that with the law director offline. Nothing further. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Burke. All right, let me go to Councilor Booker, and then I'll come back to you, Councilor Goodwin. All right. Go ahead, Councilor Booker.
Yes, thank you very much, President Dominguez. Through you, President Dominguez, to Director Segru, and also Director Segru, thank you so much for all of your great work and your team as well. You're doing a great job. It is great to see a full calendar of events at Ocean Beach for the summer. Really great.
I'm excited. Thank you.
If restrictions do not change from today, what are the COVID-19 restrictions for the number of people that can attend these events? And what impact will that precaution have on the overall event revenue that you are predicting in this budget?
That's a really good question. Right now, Ocean Beach is so many different things. When we look at the guidelines proposed, we're a health club, we're a beach, we're a park, we're a social gathering place, we're a banquet center, we're a restaurant, amusement park, goes on and on. So which guidelines do you look at? I think for nighttime entertainment, we look at outdoor entertainment venues. And the guidelines there provide for up to 50% of usual capacity, up to 10,000 people. So that's kind of full boat for us. We're okay because our capacity in this place is 10,000 people. So 5,000 people, we don't get that many people on one of our nights. You know, a few nights we do, but I think we're okay. I think the math works.
Thank you very much, Director Sugrue. Thank you so much for all your great work. This is Council Booker. I have no further questions at this moment.
Thank you, Councilor.
This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Booker. Councilor Goodwin, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President. I just have one last question. Just wanted some clarity. In the beginning of our budget book for the FY 2021 versus 2022 general fund on the right-hand side, there's an increased contribution to Ocean Beach Park for $200K. And I just wanted to know if that was a one-time revenue and what was that for?
That's coming from your budget?
Yeah, this is Director McBride. I apologize, but what page was that on?
That's in the beginning. Yeah.
It's in the beginning. This is page 11 in the right-hand corner for the fiscal year of 2022, which identifies large changes from 2021. You go down to the middle, there is an increased contribution to Ocean Beach Park, $200K.
Yeah, this is Director McBride. I can't find where I've seen that, but I do know the one change we did make in the budget this year was we increased the contribution from 60,000 last year to 100,000 for Ocean Beach. I'm not sure where the 200,000 is coming from. If you can give me more information, I'll look for it. But the only thing relative to cash position of the City of New London regarding Ocean Beach Park is we increased the interfund transfer from 60,000 to 100,000 for next year.
And this is under interfund transfers, but it says increased contribution to Ocean Beach Park at $200K specifically. But it is under your interfund transfers with a total of $517K net increase. This is under expenditures. This is page 11.
Excuse me, Councilor, this is the mayor, Councilor Goodwin. Can we get, is there a tab number?
Tab 3, page 11.
Yes,
Tab
sir.
3, page 10.
Mhm.
No, page 11, actually.
page 11.
Yeah,
Tab 3.
Okay, I'm there. 50. I guess it's 59.5 tab 11. You are correct. It went from 100,000 to 200,000. The reason being is, I don't know how much detail you want to get into, but the way
We can take it offline if necessary.
Okay, I'll summarize it quickly. Any substantial losses that Ocean Beach Park incurs, the city's got to make those up. We do owe Ocean Beach some money from last year as well as the previous year, so we wanted to increase that contribution to make up for that shortfall that we owe as of 6/30/20. So that's why the increase went from 100 to 200,000. So I apologize for not providing that initially.
Do we have accounting for what that shortfall is?
Yes. Yep. I actually received financial statements from Dave today. In the past, I can provide more details, but as of 6/30/19, we owed Ocean Beach Park $122,000. Then there was an additional amount we owed $100,000 for 6/30/20. We did pay the 60,000 that was in the prior year budget.
No further questions. We can take that offline. Thank you.
Okay.
Yep.
I can
Okay.
provide that detail.
We all set? All right.
Thank you, Council President. I am all set. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. This is President Dominguez. At this time, I'm just going to ask one brief question. Just something you covered in the beginning, David, was about opening the beach at 5 a.m. Can you elaborate? What was that again? Is that something you plan to do this year too?
Yeah, we learned something from COVID that might apply to a non-COVID time. I think the demand is going to be greater than ever. And I think 8 hours, a lot of people have had enough of the beach. And, why let people back up into the neighborhoods? Maybe it's 6 o'clock, maybe it's not 5, but if we're getting the demand, we're going to be here. We'll be here to take the money and entertain our guests.
So would that be posted, David, would that be posted in like in the website? Would that be announced on your Ocean Beach Facebook page that it's going to be starting at 5 a.m. or is that?
Yeah, we would put it on our website and we would put it on Facebook page, and we would probably send it out to all our email followers. Between the email followers and Facebook, we have it's like 70,000 followers here.
Oh, okay, all
So
right.
we're up pretty well.
I think that's enough.
Yeah, it's a good number.
Right. Very good. All right. So listen, thank you so much for your presentation and thank you for answering all our questions, Dave Sugar. We appreciate you. All right.
Thank you so much, President Dominguez. I appreciate you.
You're welcome. So I know that parking authority is next, but we need a 5-minute break. We've added this from 5 o'clock, so we'll be back in 5 minutes and we'll take on the parking authority. All right, we'll start. So it's 7:09. We'll begin back at 7:14. Thank you. All right. Good evening to everybody. We're back. Hopefully everybody's back. It's been a long day, Bill Giesing. All right.
I bet it has been, Council President.
Yes, it has been. Good to see you. All right, let's have, okay, we have Director Red is here from the Parking Authority. At this time, I'm gonna hand it over to him for his presentation. Thank you, Director Red.
And thank you, Council President and councilors. I'm going to read a brief statement into the record. I will forward this on over to Jen so that she'll have that. On behalf of the New England Parking Authority, Board of Commissioners, its staff and vendors, I want to thank you, Council President Dominguez, Council Pro Tem Nartitas, Councilor Sadi, Booker, Goodwin, Dietz, and Burke for allowing our team to present the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget. The Parking Authority proposed budget was created in collaboration with the City of New London's administration, led by Mayor Passero and Director McBride of the Department of Finance. The budget is achievable in revenue and expense, barring any additional unforeseen negative impact resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic. I'll be brief for the hours late, and my comments, though detailed, will be in Reader Digest version. It is important to note that the Parking Authority tries to be the best parking system in America, as it supports the economic development strategies of the city, while providing the residents and tax possible to assist the administration in its efforts to lower residents, taxpayers' tax mill rate. The Parking Authority revenues do not add to the taxpayers' mill rate. Instead, the Parking Authority contributes to the general fund to lower the mill rate. It makes contributions to fellow departments and the administration to offset some of the expenses incurred. The Parking Authority achieves these goals by self-funding its construction project and parking system operation. Virtually all of the municipal departments have been challenged by the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Though the Parking Authority did not receive federal relief from neither the CARES Act 1 or 2, nor the America's Rescue Plan, the Parking Authority survived the pandemic by, number one, renegotiating its operating agreement, which significantly reduced the management fee expense. Two, we converted the credit card to a credit card only payment system at the Water Street Garage for parking purchases. Our team implemented check, credit card, and money order payment processing for parking citations. The management team annual compensation was flattened for budget year 22. When feasible, staff was furloughed, and management played an active role to assist these individuals to acquire unemployment benefits. The Parking Authority concluded a year-long negotiation with the State Department of Transportation Bureau of Public Transportation and Southeast Area Transit to bring a state-of-the-art, Uber-like, on-demand micro-transit transport system to the city. This system will be able to accommodate 500 plus riders daily using 3 to 4 12-passenger paratransit buses as replacement for the large buses that currently service the city by sea. Those large buses that we are familiar with seeing empty as they traverse through the city. The transformative, cost-effective microtransit service will be launched fall 2021. It will offer our residents, taxpayers, and visitors affordable transportation to inner city locations and to the multimodal transportation city in downtown New London. Riders will be able to access the ferry, rail, and transit for destinations throughout the I-94, New York, Boston, and New London corridor. With the knowledge of the pandemic, we continue to present ongoing challenges that will continue to affect the Parking Authority's short-term growth plans. We look towards the ensuing year with renewed confidence the strategies that drive the proposed FY22 budget are achievable as reflected in 4 initiatives in addition to the microtransit project. The partnership, number 1, the partnership of the Connecticut Department of Transportation, Crosstown Ferry, National Coast Guard Museum Association, Southeast Council of Government, Southeast Area Transit, and its design team has incorporated required ADA non-compliant improvements and progressive enhancements to the 2021 Bill Grant application as stated by the Bill Grant evaluation team. Our goal is to acquire your approval in May to submit an application for 2022. The Marine lot enhancement improvement project will expand the surface lot off of Pequot Avenue between Harris Street and Thames Street from 95 to 100, from 95 to 145 parking spaces. Public safety will be dramatically improved with the introduction of video monitoring and a blue light system with emergency call boxes. Both systems will be connected to the police department. Lighting and landscape improvements shall be made. Also, electric charging stations and parking meters will be installed, which will give us a new revenue stream. The transformative, cost-effective microtransit service, as I said, will be launched in this fall, and we look forward to continuing that particular service as we move into not only the remainder of the next fiscal year, but into FY23. The other 2 initiatives that have helped tremendously is the superlative work of the staff to move those employees that were currently parking, or that were previously parking in the Water Street garage to the Fort Trumbull. Electric Boat has been very elated about that particular transformation. Our hope is to increase the amount of supply that we have in the Fort Trumbull area, which they are working with us with, in order to provide them the capability for the next 10 to 20 years. Again, I'd like to thank you on behalf of the Parking Authority for this opportunity that you have presented. It's been a great pleasure and a lot of fun. Although periodically I do get called out by Human Resources and the mayor for working late. But as I said to the mayor, the kettle cannot talk about the coffee pot because he's working late. That's how he knows that I am as well. And certainly, if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them at this time.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Director Red. At this time, does any counselor have a question for Director Red at this time?
This is Counselor Sadi. This is Counselor Sadi. I do have a question.
All right, so go ahead.
So, Mr. Red, and looking at payroll, the only thing I have listed is your salary. Does that mean we no longer have any parking authority employees other than somebody who gets $4,000 for overtime?
We've never had any employees, Councilman Sadi, since my arrival in 2015. Having said that, I will say that I was not a proponent of not having staff, as I've articulated to Director McBride's predecessor. But the work that both the employees from Last Parking has put in has been extremely stellar. And I have become a proponent that one of the ways that we can help the city and maintain our mill rate is by not overburdening our taxpayers with employees. If you want to,
so I don't mean to cut you short, Mr. Red, but so right now our meter people and stuff like that, they're all under the agent operating services, which you're calling LAS?
That is correct.
Okay, I have no further questions at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. At this time, I'll call on Councilor Goodwin.
Thank you, Council President. Through you to the director. Just had a quick question with regards, because I'm super excited about the micro transit system. I think that's going to be instrumental in transforming the city. Is there a launch date for that yet?
Is there a what now?
An actual launch date or a go live date when that will be effective or in operation?
We currently have put a placeholder for either Labor Day or October. We want to get the marketing plan out there. There has been some conversations with Quinn and Harry about putting together the marketing package. As soon as the mayor and I can get through this budget process and put our heads together. But we've got 2 dates that we're looking at. We will characterize those marketing programs about the Labor Day, around the Labor Day weekend or the Italian Heritage Weekend.
Got it. My other question, you had mentioned blue parking lot. I don't even know what they call them these days. They're like safety boxes, if you will, that are connected to the police. Yeah. Correct. Where are those going?
Those are going in the Marina lot. This is the lot that is up from Shred Shanties. We had an opportunity to make some improvements, work very collaboratively with the residents in that particular neighborhood who made some very significant contributions to the design of the expansion. And again, much to your credit, there was monies already in the pipeline to do the construction. And so Public Works will be moving forward on that, and the incorporation of the blue light systems, cameras, the electric charging stations, and the meters, as I said, will give us a very contemporary and up-to-date municipal lot that will enhance that particular area in the marina.
And you also mentioned pay by plate as well, correct?
That is correct. Yeah, we currently actually have pay by plate. And Councilman Goodwin, thank you for throwing me a softball, because we have a pay by phone application, which we're going to launch as well. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but it seems like you're reading right into my crystal ball.
I love innovation, so I'm always my ears to innovation. I'm hoping we can replicate that particular marina district. It sounds like to be the model of parking in other areas. No further questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. At this time, I want to ask a question real quick, Director Red. So the marina that's being expanded, how many extra parking lots more are allocated now compared to what is there?
There are probably 3 parcels that are available, but we have to be very strategic as we put up surface lots. The trade-off is that if there's an opportunity to put a structure there, which is going to increase our grand list, then I will certainly acquiesce putting any additional parking. If that does not become viable, and there's a real good conversation between myself, Felix, Peter Davis, who in the RCDA. So we're just being very strategic, but I've identified about 3 or 4 different locations over there, and we will make that decision based on whether or not we can bring that property into flourishing by developing it and putting those tax dollars on at work for our taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Mayor Pastor, did you want to say something?
No, I just clarification. I was having a hard time hearing. Did you, was that question directed at the marina lot? How many more spaces, or the EV parking?
No, it was.
Yeah, the increase is about 50. The increase is about 50 additional spaces.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Marina lot is getting increased by more than half.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. At this time, I'll call on Councilor Dice.
Okay. This is Councilor Dice speaking. I'm going by phone, so that's why it won't show up on the screen. So thank you, Director Red, for sharing with us that you did not get any COVID relief funds. And I think that's really important because coming from Block Island, that street that you cross going to the parking lot, I think I shared this with you just about the lighting. And I noticed that you were all about safety. And I appreciate that because you mentioned about the blue light and, call lights and stuff. So I just want to make note of that again because I experienced that a block where we had no lighting. And that is a danger. And we do want our community safe. And I thank you for sharing that, how with the parking and revenue that we get is you actually help reduce down taxes. So I appreciate you sharing that knowledge. I mean, that part with us because I was unaware of that. And that's all I have for you. Thank you, President. And thank you so much for sharing about the new things that's going to be coming with our city. So, and through parking. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is President Mingus. Thank you, Councilor Dice. Any other councilor at this time? Okay, seeing none. All right, thank you, Director Red, for your time and for answering our questions.
Thank you very much and have a good evening all.
Thank
Good
you,
night.
sir. Yep, good night.
Thank you, Director Red.
Okay, so at this time, we'll move on to Register of Voters. All right, we have Mr. Giesing on, and I think Mr. Perro is also on, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so go ahead, Mr. Giesing, the floor is yours, sir.
I was going to allow Mr. Perro, I figure he has some prepared remarks, and I'll just go follow up with anything else he talks about.
Okay, that'll work.
Hi, good evening, Council, Mayor. I don't really have any prepared remarks. I know you're running late and I know how it is. Just basically our office is run or driven by elections. And so we've had, I think, a pretty tough year to 7-8 months. You know, we went through I think we spoke with you and gave you an update. We went through a primary that was delayed. Then we went through a recount for a congressional. Then we went to a presidential. Then we went through a recanvassing of the votes in Hartford. And then we went through, I don't know, a slew of FOIs for this last election. Everybody wanted to know who voted, all the absentees, how things went. So it was a lot of work for a very small office, myself and Mr. Giesing. And I have a deputy that works in the office, Shannon Brennick. So, I mean, we're doing a lot of work in there, and elections drive, after even elections, they drive the work after the election. So we've been under the gun because we had, I think, close to 1,700 to 1,900 returned absentee ballot requests where people had moved. And those, we're going through a canvas of those voters currently amongst the three of us. So as well as doing a canvas that's required every year by statute, which we did an out-of-town canvas, which I believe there was 600 or 700 voters, and an in-town one, which was close to 500 to 600 voters. So we've been very busy trying to make sure our rolls are current and up to date, and as well as trying to keep up to date with the legislation that's going through Hartford, which will only increase the cost of doing business for our budget in the coming years for the city and for other municipalities. And I know Mr. Giesing has tracked that. So, I mean, our budget is basically the same as it was last year. You know, the only change is that the city did receive funds from the state of Connecticut. I'm sure that went into the general coffers for some COVID relief funds that the city, I believe, got for the election. We pretty much, I think we did an unbelievable job with the amount of money that we spent. And a lot of it was for this last election. A lot of it was based upon the fact that people were dropping out too, that we couldn't spend some of the money. So I think our budget is in a good position. And I think in terms of moving forward, it's all just going to be based upon legislation and what happens if there's going to be a referendum, there's going to be a city election that's coming up. So everything that elections and local issues, you know, drives our office and the work of our office after those elections. So that's basically it. Thank you, Council President and City Councilors.
This is President Mingus. Thank you. You're welcome, Mr. Perro. At this time, do any of the councilors have any questions for Mr. Giesing or Mr. Pero?
This is Council Sadi. I do have a question for Mr. Giesing or Mr. Pirro. Feel free to take it, whichever one. The line item, zero increase of $55,000 is for regular payroll. When is the last time the registrars of voters received a salary increase? And what was it, if you know?
I can take that, Council President, Bill Giesing here, the other registrar. I believe it was approximately 3 years ago, we received a small increase in our payroll. What the amount was, I do not remember offhand, but we did get an increase in our pay from before. So that was my answer to that. Bill Giesing, registrar.
I actually believe we did. Yeah, I believe we did receive an increase last year, along with the other non-affiliates. That was pretty much. Mr. McBride has his hand up. He probably could allude to it better than I can. Maybe it was 2%. I don't know.
Go ahead, Mr. McBride.
Yep. Thank you. This is Director McBride. There was an increase of from 27,000 to 27,540 last year in fiscal 2021. The prior increase was in the 2019 budget.
Mm-hmm.
And any idea what the $540 equates into a salary increase? Is that 2%?
2%, yes.
And what are the other unaffiliated city employees receiving as a pay raise this year?
Some are still under discussion. Some of the contracts are being reviewed currently. The unaffiliated hasn't been finalized yet. So what's in the budget is Public Works is 2% per contract. MEU is 2.5% per contract. And then police and fire and unaffiliated, I currently have 1.5 in the budget. And if that were to change, I will need to make some other changes in the budget to adjust for that, but I'm capable of doing that if needed.
So the final statement would be, I would think that this council should look to increase the salaries of our registrars of voters by 2%. Thank you. This is Councilor Sadi.
This is Councilor Dice.
Go ahead, Councilor Dice.
I'm on the phone. Thank you, President. I'm on the phone, so I can't tell. So excuse my interruption. This is through you to Giesing and to Pero. I would like to know, through COVID, what are some of the things that you guys had to implement to make sure people were still registering that was outside your normal scope of work? What is, if you can share just a couple of sentences about if you had to do any changes and so forth.
Okay. This is Bill Giesing, registrar. Do registrations normally before, especially a big election like the presidential, we probably would have had a line in our office, but because City Hall was closed, it entailed more of us basically trying to help some of the voters out by going to outside and getting their registration, get them registered and let them know they were going to be all set and get their letters out. The other thing is we really pushed hard the DMV and the online voter registration, which we were really overwhelmed with that. A lot of phone calls. We were probably averaging about 50 calls a day, phone calls coming in. It's taken a while to sit back. We had changes made to where people would come in to vote for election day registration, which was also part of that process. And that means we had to work with the IT department, the mayor and others to get this done safely, to make sure people were able to get in and get out and try as much as possible to keep the 6-foot distancing. I'm pleased to report that over 11,000 people voted both in the primary and in the presidential election during the height of this thing going on. And not one report has come back to anybody ever getting sick or infected or anything that, to our knowledge, that we ever got a report back on that. And nothing has come back on our workers at all. They were all, everything worked out well. We had a lot of work to do to making sure the sterilization worked. We had to make sure we had enough of the masks, the gloves, and then working to make sure we could keep that 6-foot distancing, social distancing was required. Not along, also alone, which wasn't really talked about much, but there were a lot of changes going on with how we were doing things. We were on a weekly phone call, Zoom call with the Secretary of State and the attorneys, and things changed from week to week. So it was a confusing time. In my 16 and almost 3/4 years of doing this, it's the hardest election I've ever been involved in. It was the most dangerous, to tell you the truth. And it was very pleased that nobody got, any adverse reactions. But getting people registered, trying to get them even to this date, is to make them understand that online voter registration and the DMV changes are going to be the way to be going in the future. There are a lot of changes that are coming down, or trying to attempt to come down, with absentee balloting and early voting. I'm sure you'll probably see that coming in the ballot in 2022, but there's also other changes. There's a Senate Bill 5 coming out that they're trying to make some serious changes. It went from about 40 pages to 65, 67 pages. So we have a lot of things that are going to be changing in the future, and hopefully it doesn't impact the budget as bad as this year, because I think we creamed this budget this year. I think Mr. McBride could tell you that, and I believe that we might have put in for some federal funds, hopefully, that could offset some of that. But our budget really took a hit. But we should be able to work with what we have for this year, for a municipal year, as long as we don't get too many referendums or primaries. This is Mr. Giesing, Registrar.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Giesing. This is President Dominguez. At this time, I don't think there's any more questions. I just want to thank you. Oh, all right. There you go. Okay, I see. All right.
I do have one question.
Go
My
ahead, Councilor.
apologies. He
No,
had
that's fine.
mentioned referendum, so it just rang a bell. When you mentioned, as long as we don't have too many referendums or things, special elections of that nature, what is too many?
Well, I think in our budget, right, this is Bill Giesing, Registrar. I think in our budget, we probably got enough that we can handle a primary and an election. And then we might be pushing it a little bit, because the referendum, you have to hire the same amount of people that you're doing for a primary or an election. It's required by a referendum statute has some specialties in it, but it does say you are supposed to run an election much the same as you would run a referendum election, the same as you would run a regular election. So the cost would be going up depending on how many elections we have.
I think, sir. No further question.
Go ahead, Councilor. Go ahead, Councilor Dice.
I'm sorry, just Councilor Dice. I can't see everyone, but I did have a question, because as we deal with COVID, and I have been in your office, your registrar offices, and I was wondering, what have you guys done to make this a safe environment? You don't have to answer that question, but I just think we need to have that on record, because like you said, in years past, people had to come to your office. And then also you mentioned about registering online and through the DMV. Are you guys looking to make sure that this is a part of the budget to advertise this? Because if this is the new ways, we got to make sure that people know the new steps in registering to vote. And you can email me that. I don't want to hold everyone up, but those are the things that's on my mind after you answer the question. This is Councilor Dice. Thank you so much for answering my questions about the changes, and listen to all the changes that you share. I can understand about a cost of living wage. Thank you.
Okay, so
you want to need an answer to that basically real quick, there has been advertising going on for quite some time now. The DMV, it's all automatic at the DMV. And the Secretary of State has really been involved pushing a lot of this with the radio announcements, TV announcements, and we've been doing it through any phone calls we get. We don't have an advertising budget, so that's not something that we're capable of doing. We're trying to get the word out the best way we can with what we have. Counselor. I'm getting a raise. This is Registrar Bill Giesing. It's a long night too.
This is President Dominguez. You never know, Mr. Geesing, you never know.
No, please, no, I do
Okay.
know. No, it's not in my future.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Geesing, and thank you, Mr. Perro, and for everything you do at the registrar's office. And we appreciate your time and for answering our questions. All right. So have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody. Stay healthy, please.
Yes, sir. All right. At this time, we're going to go to City Clerk Jonathan Ajala. Good evening, sir. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, councilors, mayor, and everyone attending the meeting tonight. Thank you for this opportunity. This is years number 7. So I'm happy to say that I've seen a lot of changes in the last 3 to 4 years, and it's all been headed in the right direction, or at least the intention has been to be in the right direction. So to be brief, the city clerk office covers several components for the city that I think people should be well aware of. And I think that it was appropriate that you had the Registrar of Voters office, because my office handles all absentee voting. And just to give you an idea of scope, last presidential election, we had, not before this one, the one passed, we had maybe 600 absentee votes. And just so people are aware, absentee ballots are a manual process. And what that means is that it entails us looking at the application and manually entering all the information and verifying everything. So it's very tedious work. There isn't a way to speed it up. So just to put that into perspective, this election that we had due to COVID, I had over 4,000 absentee ballots. So in order to facilitate that need, I had to hire temporary help along with the staff members that I already have. Okay, now that's just one component of what my office does. So we had to manage that and still maintain all the other parts of the office, which is handling all land recordings for the city, maintaining all of the records, preservation work for the vault and historic documents, doing all marriages, deaths, and births for the entire city. Now, just so people understand, New London is very unique because we're a hospital town. So it's not like other towns nearby that we can compare, say, Groton or Waterford. They're not as busy as New London. New London is a shore town. We have colleges, we have the Coast Guard, and we have the hospital. So the surrounding towns, most people are born in New London, no matter if you live in the surrounding towns. So that means that we're a lot busy. And with that being said, that's why a lot of times people don't necessarily see the clerk as so much in the public eye in terms of when you talk about budgeting or management, because it's not a service necessarily that is so much in direct view, say as Public Works or the Planning and Zoning Department, where we can see actionable items like you're building a new or creating a new facility or something to that effect. Because and the reason for that is because all of the work that we handle, we report at the state level. So for example, all elections processes that we do, we report to the Secretary of State. All of our monthly accounting recordings go to the Connecticut State Library, to Department of Public Health with all our vital records. So, so far I've been fortunate enough that the mayor hasn't had any bad phone calls or any phone calls from these departments, because I have a great team. And I'm very big on making sure that the people who work in my office understand that we're an office about teamwork. And I think that the people who have worked for me in the past, would speak to that better than I could. So with that being said, a lot of the funds that we get, we're one of the few offices, I think we're one of 3 at the municipal level that we actually produce revenue. So we produce revenue through marriages, we produce revenue through births, deaths, land recordings, and copies. So we do produce revenue. And just to give you an idea, we get firsthand understanding of how well the city is doing in terms of the grand list. So we're able to see all of the transactions that come through our office and things like that. We also handle all the trade names when people are starting new businesses. So we're constantly answering a vast majority of all the information in terms of people in the community who want to start a business. They're contacting our office a number of times in terms of, what paperwork do I need to start the business? Do I need a trade name? Do I need to do a LLC? What's the difference between a sole proprietorship and a corporation? Those types of things. Those are some of the unseen things that my office deals with. But I will say that I'm happy to say that during the COVID pandemic, I was very much an advocate of keeping City Hall closed and making sure that we operated safely. And credit to the mayor for having the courage to do that and maintain firm on that as long as possible. I think it was a very, very smart decision long-term. I know it was difficult for the community and, we apologize for the inconvenience, but I can tell you that it was done in the best interest of everyone, not only the staff at City Hall, but the community at large. We all were dealing with something that was very new and, we were managing it the best way we could. So, and I could say that, the services, they might've taken a little bit longer, but we did execute everything that everyone needed. Sometimes people want it right now and they can't have it and it's a little bit of an issue, but I think we do a good job. Another thing that I think that the community should know, and I think that last time we had a conversation about this, and I think Councilor Sadai pointed it out, was the city clerk's office, the state has a statute in place for historic preservation. And what that means is that all land recordings, there's a fee associated with every land recording where the town clerk gets $1. And depending on what type of recording it is, we get $1. And it's coined the dollar fund, but in reality, it's a historic preservation account. And depending on the type of recording, we get $1 to $3. And basically that fund is a special revenue account. It's not part of the general fund. And I can let that count build up and build up and build up. And I can use it for a wide variety of things in terms of preservation, bringing in a new system for the office, and so on and so forth. So that helps our office quite a bit, because as long as people keep purchasing houses and getting new mortgages and quit claiming deeds, doing quick claims, and as long as we keep moving that direction, our office tends to get some assistance from this mandatory account. As far as the current budget, I don't believe that I've seen necessarily any increases in the last several years. There have been some increases to some salaries, but that's just been more of a standard and contractual agreements with some of the union staff that I had. If you look now, I think there's been a reduction in that area. And that's because the last 2 staff members that I had, I'm happy to say, were promoted. One staff member was promoted to finance, and I think she recently is going to be promoted, or I'm not really sure. And then another member was promoted to the planning and zoning department. She's the grants coordinator. So, I'm really happy about that. So now with the new staff members, they start from the beginning, whatever grade that is. But I think we're doing a great job, and I think that, we're going to continue to try to make sure we use the resources that we have at hand to give the community the services they need. So if you have any questions, let me know.
All right. This is President Dominguez. Thank you, City Clerk Ayala, for your presentation. Let me go to Councilor Dice. Councilor Dice, you have any questions for the city clerk?
This is Counselor Dice. City Clerk, I have to commend you with your thoroughness. You went over every step, and I appreciate that. And the one thing that I had always realized in our community, that we're regional and not aware how the hospital registering births and so forth. So thank you for taking this time to explain your job to its full capacity. I really appreciate the point that normally it's 600 absentee ballots, but you have 4,000 this year and it's done manually. I just like to make note of that again, just reiterating the fact that it was a difficult task during this COVID pandemic time. But saying that, I just want to thank you, because dealing with this difficult time, we end up as a city opening up those 2 Saturdays, and I didn't realize how much additional stress that your department was under. Why we still need to have those Saturdays open. But I just want to say thank you for pushing forward to make sure that we allow people to exercise their right to vote. This was Councilor Dice speaking, and thank you for your presentation. Well, job well done.
Thank you, Councilor Dice. This is the city clerk, Jonathan Ayala.
Okay, this is President Mingus. At this time, I want to ask you a question, City Clerk Ayala. So I know that you mentioned that 2 of your previous workers got promoted. So have you hired in those places? Have they been replaced, or are you?
This is City Clerk John Ayala. Yeah, President Dominguez, I'm happy to say that we have hired 2 people. Thank Tina Collins for working diligently on that. And, we're telling you now, but this has been a process already. They've already been working for me for several months now. But, most people don't understand that there's so many rules. There's so many statutes, so many regulations to learn in that office. It's not your typical office job. And I think sometimes there's a little bit of confusion about that. We're handling people's birth records. We're handling people's private information, death records, and we're handling elections. We're handling a lot of legal documents when it comes to, getting served, the city getting served. We take I receive all of the notices of suits, and all that documentation has to be processed and filed. And I mean, I just did a petition that was handed in for one of the issues that was on the last council. And, all those signatures have to be hand checked and reviewed to the system, so it's just a lot of fine details that a lot of people don't understand, and I mean, it encompasses a lot of the normal things of an office, phone calls and requests and things of that nature. But there's so much more involved that a lot of people, I don't think, get to see on the outside. And it's interesting because every time that we have hired someone, we really take our time to try to bring somebody on board who's going to understand. You're not going to know this job in 2 months. It's impossible. So, I'm really grateful that the people who came on board this time, we were thorough, we took our time, and they did well. So again, thank you.
Mr. President Mingus, no, thank you for magnifying the work that you do. I appreciate it. Councilor Goodwin, did you have a question? All right. I don't see any other councilor here. Okay, I was just gonna call, roll call, right? Go ahead. Councilor Booker, go ahead.
Thank you very much, President Dominguez. Through you, President Dominguez, to City Clerk Jonathan Ayala. I just want to say thank you very much for your detailed presentation. You and your team are doing an amazing job. And also, I want to thank you for always being an encourager and giving a deeper understanding of your department. I greatly appreciate you on so many levels. I have 2 questions. First question is on page 10, tab 10, page 16. There's a budget amount of 40,000 and for other purchases. If you could just, give an explanation as to what is the full description of this line item and what is the 40,000 budgeted for?
Sure. This is John Ayala, City Clerk. Thank you, Councilor Kevin Booker, for your comments there in the beginning. I really appreciate that. To answer your question, so that 40,000 is part of an agreement that we have with our vendor. So the City Clerk's office, before I came on board in 2014, requires a land records management system. And what that means is that anytime a document is recorded, there has to be an indexing process behind that, because there's a statutory requirement that land recordings are public and they have to be accessible to the public. So in the past, the public could not see those records online. They could only see them in person. And what we did was we waited to the last vendor that we had's contract was over. And what we did was we got the same pricing, but now we have a more comprehensive package. And let me explain. So that 40,000 encompasses entire land record system, online public search that now is available for free, that the public can view all of the land records for free. They are only charged when they print. Okay, so anytime they print, the city gets $1 and then our vendor gets $1. So we make revenues there. That system also is included in that system is a marriage license program. So now the City of New London residents and anyone else can actually apply for a marriage license online. In the past, they could not do that as well. They had to come in person. So, we're trying to modernize the processes. Also, that system includes our dog licensing program. So that's another facet of what our office does. We do all the dog licensing. And one thing that I did was, with this system, we're allowed to create user accounts. So other departments who are colleagues of mine, for example, the tax assessor, they needed some type of access to the land record system so they can kind of work in unison with us to be able to understand what were the past recordings for the month. So we gave them access. They don't have print, they have print access and viewer access, but it's helpful to their department to do their job. Additionally, we gave access to the dog warden. In the past, the dog warden did not know who had a registered dog because there was no way for them to see who had a dog that was licensed. They would have to physically come to our office or call us to say, hey, can you look up this person to see if their dog is licensed? So what we did was we gave them an account, and now the dog warden can just go right in live. So if I register your dog now, it's in there now. The dog warden can look you up and know that you have a licensed dog. So this system is our entire system of how we operate in our office, pretty much. The reason why it has the word other services or other items is because the system requires that we buy print paper for the machines that they provide us. It requires us to buy toner for the particular machines that the vendor provides us for the land record system. And also there are occasions where we have to order books. If you go to our vault, we're required to, every time we complete a land records book, they're usually 325 pages in volume. We have to generate that volume, and the hardware, if you will, the covers, the paper, all that is part of that. So sometimes we have to order money. So that whole entire budget encompasses doing that whole process along with our system. And one last thing, Council Booker, we also gave access to public utilities. I know they were doing a project to try to map out all of the lot lines and where were the pipes and the things that would help them. And I know Joe Lanzafami was working together with, I forgot what the gentleman's name was, but we gave them temporary access so they can look up all the mapping. and these are some of the innovative ways that, I was able to introduce in the last 3-4 years to make sure that we're all working as a team. Because before it was so antiquated, everyone had to come into the vault. And that's that cost that you're getting. But that is in fact a contract. It's a 5-year contract.
Wow, thank you so much, City Clerk Jonathan Ayala, for that clarification on the $40,000 that was budgeted. Just one last question. You also emphasized the fact that there were 4,000 absentee ballots, which was a large number. And as our state government considers making changes to the voting process in Connecticut, such as early voting and changes to absentee voting, what predicted financial needs will your department have in the future?
This is John Ayala, City Clerk. That's a good question, Councilor Booker. If I had to make an early forecast, I would say that the state is well aware that the cost is going to be significant. And just like they provided all of the necessary items to follow through with this past election during COVID, I think that they're going to be helpful in terms of providing that as well. So in terms of my department, what the cost for us is relatively small because the envelopes and all of the paper items are provided by the state at no cost. However, the postage, and there's some fine details there, but the postage we pay for as long as it meets certain criteria. Normally, local residents, we pay for postage to send them the ballot. If you're an overseas voter or military, the state provides a prepaid envelope. But I don't necessarily see a cost increase for me, more for the registrar of voters, because the registrar of voters assumes the cost of ordering the actual ballot. So along with the registrar of voters office, we coordinate together to decide on how many ballots we're going to order for that election. And that's where the cost comes in, because that we have to pay out of the budget. And it usually comes out of the registrar of voters budget.
Right. Thank you very much, City Clerk Jonathan Ayala. I really appreciate you and your team. Just thank you so much again for all the great work your team, your department is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Booker. This is John Ayala, City Clerk. I will say, since we are here, there's a lot of people listening. I know that Councilor Goodwin had made a good point to me when we had a private conversation. And I didn't forget, sir. I want people to be well aware of something during elections. Anyone who is disabled, has a disability, if you look at the absentee ballot application, there's a numerous list there of the reasons why you could get an absentee ballot. Now, the state of Connecticut has allowed COVID to be a reason. So you're able to get an absentee ballot that way. So just keep that in mind. As long as we are in this COVID season, you're able to apply for an absentee ballot. You do not necessarily have to go to a voting poll. And that could be for any reason. You can just say, you know what? I don't feel well and I don't feel safe going to the poll and I'm going to get an absentee ballot. So let me just say that. The second thing is, to anyone who is disabled or has a disability or medical issue, they can be placed on a permanent absentee ballot list. And the way that they do that is they have to contact their primary care doctor, and they have to get a letter from their primary care doctor on their letterhead. And it has to state, due to their disability, they are unable to go to the polls. And they have to send me that letter with a copy of their ID. Once they do that, I place them on a permanent absentee ballot list. And what does that mean? They never have to worry about even applying for a ballot. I automatically send them an absentee ballot during every single election that they are qualified to vote for. And this is what I mean by qualified. If they are a Republican and it's a Democratic primary, they are not going to get an absentee ballot. Okay, and vice versa. But if it's a general election, they automatically will get an absentee ballot. And I cannot stress this enough because I feel bad. I mean, there have been occasions where I've done this on numerous occasions during elections. I have personally driven from my office to people who are disabled and brought them a ballot, me personally, with my own car, because I felt bad. So it's very important that we put this out to people who are disabled or have issues medically. Get a letter from your doctor stating that you cannot go to the polls for whatever reason it may be. You don't have to share the details, just say due to a medical condition, and send me a copy of your application. And it could be sent by a counselor, it could be dropped off, it could be mailed in, and I will put these individuals on a permanent absentee ballot list, and they'll never have to worry about filling out an application. And as a matter of fact, the first people I send out absentee ballots to are the people on my permanent list. Those are the first people I always send a ballot to. So just keep that in mind. Just because, you know, there are some people out there who cannot go to the polls. And I know it becomes a challenge trying to get them rides or pick them up. And during COVID, I don't even think certain people even want to leave the house to even get a ride. They rather just already receive it in the mail. So just keep that in mind. I think it's really important. So again, I want to thank Councilor Goodwin and President Dominguez. I think it was you gentlemen that had mentioned it to me. So I wanted to take this platform to mention it. So again, thank you. This is Jonathan Ayala, City Clerk.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, City Clerk Jonathan Ayala, for just an informative, question and answer and all the information you gave us. Not sure if any counselor has a question. I think we've been thorough tonight, and I think we appreciate your time, City Clerk Ayala, and everything that you do for the city, okay, and for the residents. All right, so thank you. And at this time, we'll move on to, I think it's the mayor's office. Sir, you're on, sir. Maybe, who is, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead. Mr. McBride, you're muted. That's
This
all
is
right.
Director McBride. I'll cover the mayor's budget.
Okay.
Not much change from last year, so I'll entertain any questions. But your major components are consulting, where there's some part-time assistants there. In other professional services, there's some various items there for strategic sessions, some potential planning matters. The real item is the dues and subscriptions number, which is again parallel to last year's budget. And that consists of the Chamber of Commerce, the Council of Governments, the seat amount, which is 152,000, sector, CCM membership, Capital Region Purchasing Council, and SCOG. So it's really that main line item that we belong to numerous organizations consistent with how we have been in the past year. But other than that, not much change, similar to the last few years in the mayor's budget. So due to the time constraints, I'll entertain any questions, but again, there's not much of a change.
Okay, thank you, Director McBride. At this time, any counselor, let me start with Councilor Dice. Do you have any questions for Director McBride on the mayor's budget?
This is Counselor Dice. At this time, I don't have any questions, but I would email them to the Director McBride Finance if any questions arise in between now and we finalize. So this is Counselor Dice, and thank you, President.
Okay, it's President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Dice. Councilor Sadi, any questions?
This is Councilor Sadi. Yes, through you to Budget Director McBride. Turning to item number 52302, it says contributions to, and then it ends there on our sheet. What is that item? 52302 and then 52305.
David, you're muted.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Apologize. You think you have this figured out by now. The 5.2 52302 is contribution to Seamers. 52305 is contribution to 401A.
And could you explain to me why there's a 25% reduction to 502,305?
That I'm not, off the top of my head, I'm not certain why that would be. There hasn't been any changes there. I'm going to have to get back to you on that, Councilor Sata, and I will inform all the councilors of why that's there, because that at first glance appears to
Thank
be.
you very much. And then 55,990 other purchases. Could you please define that with a 566% increase? $55,990 other purchases.
Yes, certainly. This is Director McBride. I first want to clarify that 566% increase is not in effect actual. The original budget for other purchase services was $6,000. As a result of lack of activity and other needs within the departments, that amount was transferred. So now we are reverting back to the original $6,000 that was proposed last year. So it's actually a 0% change.
This is Councilor Sadi. I have no further questions.
Okay, this is President Mingus. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. Any other councilor? Councilor Booker.
Thank you, President Dominguez. Through you, President Dominguez, to Director McBride. I have a question for tab 7, page 4. There is a 5,000 budgeted. There is 5,000 budget for the 2022 fiscal year for training. What would this training entail?
This is Director McBride. That falls under the mayor's department, but it is the Division of Personnel. And I believe Tina Collins would probably be better apt. I mean, I can answer, but it's her division. So I prefer to
No, I'll save it. Yep. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor Booker.
Point of order.
Yes.
This is Councilor Goodwin. Do you mind just repeating that question?
Go ahead,
I know there's
Councilor.
no answer. I just want to know the question.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilor Booker. Repeat your question again, please.
I mean, it's, I guess this is for,
Yep. No, just to repeat it, even though you're gonna ask, you're
Yeah,
gonna ask it again, but
yeah,
just repeat it.
okay,
Just
so on tab 7, page 4, there is $5,000 budgeted for the 2022 fiscal year for training. What will this training entail?
Okay.
Yeah.
That'll come
Thank
back later. Yep. Thank you very much, Councilor Booker. All right. At this time, any other councilor? Okay. Seeing none. Thank you, Director McBride. Thank you, Mayor Passero, and we'll move on to personnel. We have Director Collins. Thank you for being patient. I know it's been a little crazy this night, but it is what it is. But thank you for being patient. You have the floor.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone that's listening. I want to first thank the mayor and city council for allowing me the opportunity to talk about the great things that are occurring in the personnel department. Let me back up for a minute. This is Tina Collins, Director of Personnel, for the record. For those that do not know, the Personnel Department is responsible for a wide range of duties to include, but not limited to, handling complaints made by employees to resolve personnel issues, contract negotiations, recruitment and retention of city staff, preparing and reviewing of all job descriptions, producing all forms regarding a change in status for all employees, both full-time, part-time, and seasonal staff. These forms consist of salary increases, promotions, new hires, terminations, and transfers. All of this is produced in the personnel office, which is then presented to the payroll department to make the changes. We organize training for our employees, managers, and directors. Over the last year, I have organized lunch and learn sessions with topics to include, but not limited to, prevention of sexual harassment, workplace violence training, leadership excellence during COVID-19, so cyber risk of social media, how to have difficult conversations, white privilege, culture and the role that it plays, social identity, and unconscious bias. We coordinate staff performance evaluations and maintain employee personnel files. Last year, like no other, I was responsible for tracking employees with COVID-19, making sure they quarantine as needed, ensuring that the timesheets were done correctly and were coded with the right codes. This assisted with paying staff correctly, as well as ensuring that the COVID-19 funds will be reimbursed. Like many other department heads in regards to staff reductions, the personnel department has dropped by 7 to 2 people. However, we still managed to get the job done, and I feel that we do an excellent job at the job that we are doing on a daily basis. We do long hours, that includes day as well as nights, and most weekends. So at this time, I know that the time is late, so I will entertain any questions that you may have.
Yep. Thank you, Director Collins. And you know what, I know it's late, but thank you. It's okay. You know what? We don't mind asking those questions. And I'm not gonna rush anybody, so I know. So don't. Let me see who I can start with. Let's go with Councilor Goodwin. I see you right there, sir. You have any questions? We'll start with you.
Thank you, Council President. Through you to Ms. Collins. My first question is, do we have an expected date of when we'll receive an updated affirmative action?
Yes, we will be able to send that off to City Council if they desire it. It's still in a draft form. But as far as finalizing it, I'm looking at the next 30 days to have it finalized.
Alrighty. My other question, I guess I'll wait, Booker connects that one with regards to the 5K and training. Are there any changes to training that's going to be happening, or any changes to your department in general? I mean, I'm sure you're aware of all the things we're dealing with as a council and as a city with all the unrest in the world and our town. I'm just wondering of what things have you learned that you will adopt into the way that you handle personnel and or training?
Yes, I've already, like I've mentioned, started to do training for some of the things that are in unrest at this particular time. So some of the training that has been introduced will continue on. That's where the $5,000 comes in. I'm hoping that would be enough to get the OSHA training done, as well as any other management training that is required. As far as any other changes that will be made, there will be slight changes, but nothing major. The budget will continue on as it has for the last couple of years. We will continue to reach out to the schools. Right now, we have a great partnership with Mitchell. I am currently working with Eastern State University, as well as Three Rivers. And I want to continue that and develop that a little bit more, as well as getting out to the high school. I know in the past we have set up a program with New London High when Chief Kidd was here as the fire chief. We went out along with the president of the union to the high schools, as well as the mayor. And we set up a job fair, and we informed the students at the high school and had it open for them to attend. We didn't get a lot of hits from that, but I do want to try it again to see if there's any interest moving forward. We also.
Go right ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, and lastly, we also set up a time for people to have study. I know that when taking some of our exams or applying for some of our jobs, it requires that you pass an exam. So I know there was difficulty with some people passing the exam. So we purchased the books, and we had study sessions set up for some of the New London High students. And hopefully we'll do that again and get some hits from that.
Really quickly, you mentioned advertising. For human resources advertising, are you advertising currently with trade associations and more specifically minority associations within our region? And
Yes.
what aspect of the budget, if you do know that, is allocated for paid performance within those trade associations?
Yes, that would fall under my advertising budget.
Correct.
Usually every year, unfortunately, the budget for advertising gets used up with all the places that we advertise. We advertise in over 60 places, including NAACP, including the Urban League of Greater Hartford. So we go all over the place to interview, advertise, not just the New London Day, but we also do other newspapers. We advertise at the Connecticut Department of Labor. We advertise at different colleges and universities around Connecticut. We advertise at the CCM, Connecticut, PELRA. There's many places that we do.
Director, thank you for that. No need to list all the places you advertise. We can see the budget. I'm sure it's plenty of places. And I'm sure there's so many other places. More so just specifically wanted to see if there's any specific ratio of that specific advertising budget that is dedicated to inclusion, minorities, anything of that nature.
Well, usually when I do the budget and the advertising funds are in there, it's spread out equally through all different advertisement agencies. So it's not like 60% is for this or 40% is for that. It's just spread out evenly.
Got it. Just a note, I'm not sure if it runs into any legal issues. I would doubt it does, but it'd be nice to see us make sure we increase our avenue to minority associations. And I'm not sure if you guys do pay-per-click, et cetera, or if it's just advertising by being physically there and holding space and tables, et cetera. One thing I would love to see with the advertising is the return or the metrics on it so that we can better allocate where we're advertising to make sure we're getting the most bang for our buck there. And then the last final note, of course, is to ensure that we work with minority trade associations. You have, the National Society of Black Engineers, you have Blacks in Higher Education. There's so many other trade associations that are out there. But no further questions. Thank you. And thank you for the wonderful work that you are doing. And I look forward to seeing the affirmative action.
Thank you.
All right, this is President Mingus. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. I want to follow up with a question, Director Collins. I know that you mentioned in the past you've done fairs at the high school. So is that like a day that's picked from the high school, just to sort of give me the background? Is that like, it's, I don't know, May something is fair job day at the high school and then you guys come in? Is that how it is? Or is it that you guys initiate it and you let them know that this is what we want to do? How does that work? I'm just like kind of want to know. So.
Yep, we initiated it and that was something that we were going to do. We did flyers, we sent them out. We had the union as well on board with us for fire, and we had them going out and passing out flyers. It was also announced on Facebook, the city's Facebook page. So we kind of do a little bit of everything, but there isn't like a standard date yet. I'd like to get to that point, that we have a standard date, like every May 15th, we're going to be at the high school, and that will come in the future.
Yeah, that'll be great. This is President Mingus. Thank you, Director Collins. The reason I'm asking you that, is it during the day that you do this usually, right? During the day when the students are there?
Yes, we've done it like 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So I don't know what time the students leave, but we do it. Yeah, we do it. Yeah, we had a great turnout from the city side. We had the mayor, like I said, the fire chief, myself, the president of the union. I mean, we went in there fully staffed and we were ready to hopefully get some students that way. But yep, we'll do it again in the near future as soon as COVID is over.
No, definitely. And again, this is President Mingus. It'll be my last comment or question is, okay, so I see the time is 4 and 5 o'clock. So I thought it was something like because during the school day, they don't allow it. Is it the Board of Ed? Is it some kind of?
That's correct.
Oh, darn. All right.
That's what I ran into. Yeah. So we do it around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay. So, yeah. So I like the idea about you trying to do it more often, because I think in order for us to be able to reach our community, our high school students, that's our focus. I think that's what we want. You know what I mean? We want to make sure that these students know that these jobs are available. I think we need to be in there more often.
Yes.
Because I mean, that's what I see. I think that's what this council wants. I think that's in the heart of the fire chief. He mentioned it. He would like to have graduates come in and be part of the fire department. I know also Chief Reichert is probably the same, and each of you. So I think, you know what, we need to do that more often. So I appreciate you stating that in your talk right now, because that's something I'm looking forward to. And I'll be there. I'll be present. I'll be there.
Okay.
I'll help out with whatever I
That's
can.
good. That's
All
good.
right. So thank you. Let me see any other counselor at this time that has any questions for Director Collins.
This is Counselor Shaddy. I do have questions.
Okay. Go ahead, Counselor Sadi.
First question was, is it your department responsible for the affirmative action plan? But in the response that you gave to Counselor Goodwin, I believe that it is. Second question was about the affirmative action plan, and you did say that it's in draft form. Looking forward to seeing that. So regarding training, there's been a lot of discussion, especially from Hearing Youth Voices, about better police training. And I just want to know whether that's in your budget or whether that's in the police department's budget.
It's a combination of both, but you'll find it, I believe, in Finance Director McBride can answer this better than I can, but I think the majority of the funds will come from the police department.
Good, thank you very much. And then, so I would love to see a draft copy of that that affirmative action plan. I look forward to that, but at this point in time, I have no further questions. Thank you. This is Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Sadi. This is President Dominguez. Okay, Councilor Booker, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, President Dominguez. To you, President Dominguez, to Ms. Tina Ann Collins, always a pleasure. As the founder of my own training company since 2007, how many city employees took all of the training sessions that you listed? And are there training workshops required for city personnel? And do you believe that $5,000 for training is a sufficient amount of money to make the needed impact?
Wow. Okay.
You already know, Tina.
The only one that I can definitely say that is mandatory is the prevention of sexual harassment training. That occurs every year. With COVID, we slowed it down just a little bit, but that I have every year, and the majority of the staff, they definitely go to that. The department heads were responsible for going to the other training, meaning the bias training, the prevention of sexual harassment, the workplace violence, things of that nature. That was scheduled for department heads first. It was a lunch and learn every Wednesday from 12:30 to 1:30. And we got in there and we had the difficult conversations, how to talk to our employees. And I think that the feedback that I received from the department heads, I feel that it did help them and it will continue on. But to answer the other question of whether $5,000 is enough, I think right now I've been able to get some free training and I'll see how that goes. And as I get the free training, I will take advantage of that. And then the training that has been provided through the lectures, we'll see how far the $5,000 goes, but I believe we'll be able to manage quite a bit of training with that amount. Did I answer all of your questions?
Yes, you did, Director Collins. And I just want to say thank you very much for all of your great work and your team as well. I really greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is Council Booker, no further questions.
Yep, thank you. This is President Dominguez. Mayor, I see your hand, sir.
Yes, if you just give me a second, real quick second.
No problem.
So to supplement one thing that Director Collins mentions about the training she's doing, covering the the questions exhaustively, but also we do take advantage of the training that's provided through the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. And they provide an overwhelming amount of training. Matter of fact, I think the city council takes advantage of some of them. And, they also have a strong initiative working towards equity and justice. And they've been putting forward a lot of materials for us for that. So we're accessing all of that. We're getting our directors and specific employees involved in that process.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's part of our free training, so to speak. Yeah, they have an exhausted list of different trainings that they offer to our city employees. So yes, we have been taking advantage of that. I also wanted to add about the hiring. I forgot which counselor had asked a question about hiring. Since I've been here, I'm going on 7 years now. And over the last few years or so, as far as hiring is concerned in minorities, I have hired about 30 employees. My staff and I have hired over about 30 employees that were minority. So I wanted to make note of that. It is somewhat difficult when, we don't have a lot of movement, which is good. We don't want a lot of people transitioning away from the city. But when they do, we often entertain in hiring minorities. So I wanted to also put that out there to assure everyone that the mayor and I are committed to bringing diversity into the city. Any other questions?
Yeah, all right. It was that. Councilor Book, are you all set?
Yeah, I just had one last question. That's all.
Okay, no, go ahead. Because it was quiet. I didn't know.
Yeah.
All right,
Thank you
go
very
ahead.
much, President Dominguez.
Yeah.
Through you, President Dominguez, to Director Collins. I just had one question in regards to the training for the Lunch and Learn training series. Which organization led those sessions?
It was a combination of several. We had storytelling, we had CCM, we had Kerma, and I also had Linda Darcy from, I want to say CREC. I want to say CREC, right? Okay. So there was a combination of different people coming in and doing training for us.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Collins.
Thank you.
Okay. This is President Mingus. I think we're all set with Director Collins and personnel. Thank you for your time. And thank you for all that you do for the city. We
Thank
really
you.
appreciate you. You're welcome.
Thank you. I want to thank the mayor and the city council for your support, and have a good night.
You're more than welcome. Take care. All right. Next is city council. And that's us. I'm going to leave Director McBride to
Okay, good evening
that.
again, councilors. This is Director McBride. I'll give a quick overview of the city council budget. Again, not much change from the prior year, consistent year over year. A couple of notable things. One of the larger items in your budget is other professional services. That $90,000 is primarily the audit, which is about $82,000. Other than that, there's some web hosting and some code book revisions that are in that number. A few line items down. The waterfront park, I believe you recall that $45,000 number. It consists of Barbara Neff's contract, which you've approved in the past. I believe 36% of that is a contract for her services. $9,000 is for the event budget that she puts on items in the city. The line item below that is New London Main Street, $13,140. There has been some discussions on whether or not that should be within Felix's area, because it kind of pertains to some of the development he's doing in downtown. However, that's still currently maintaining in your department. The only other substantial item would be on the next page. Page 2 would be the $10,000 for the waterfront activities, and that is the 50% contribution or donation to Thames River Heritage for the taxi. Other than that, not a lot of changes in the department, mostly salary, tax, and benefits. So entertain any questions, but again, it's a similar budget to what has been in the last 2 years.
Okay, thank you. This is President Mingus. Thank you. I see. Okay, President Pro Tem Tatis.
Thank you, President Dominguez. Director McBride, can you elaborate on the themes taxi and why that falls under the city council budget?
To be honest, I'm not sure why that is there. That's been there ever since I've been in New London. It's always been in the council budget, but I do know there was some discussion this year on some of these items, whether or not they should be more in the economic development area and not in council. So I mean,
Yeah, quite frankly, I don't see the correlation with that being in this budget. The second question is, where is the $10,000 contingency line item? Why was it cut?
I don't see the 10,000 contingency cut in the council budget. There is a separate department, contingency department that has $10,000 in it. It's stayed $10,000 for the past several years. We have not utilized it. It's really for unforeseen emergency situations. So that is still in your budget. It is.
So can you just verify the tab page?
Certainly. It's that is tab 12 contingency.
Thank you, Director McBride. Thank you, President Dominguez.
Yeah, I'll make that note in regards to the $10,000 taxi.
I could give a historical perspective on that.
Go ahead, Mayor Pastor. Yeah, because I know that. Yep.
Yeah, there was a time back when I started on council, so you're probably going back maybe 12 years, but there was a lot of those type of budget items that were put into the council budget, going back to the city manager form of government. And it's been an effort ever since we switched to the elected mayor to sort of move those along, because they were, in a sense, political earmarks. You know, we used to fund a lot of organizations. They got dropped little by little, and we fund with taxpayer money. We fund very, very few separate organizations now. And so the ones you got left, or the one you have left, is New London Main Street. And the taxi, I think, was put in this budget out of habit. It hasn't been there. The Maritime Heritage Park has only been in existence for about, I think maybe the year before I got elected. So it hasn't been that long. Efren, you probably got a lot of this knowledge as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think, you know, it's your pleasure where you want to put it, where you think it fits in. That's a partnership with, we match money that the city of Groton puts in. And I think, I don't want to misspeak, but there's other partners, and we all throw in $10 to subsidize that water taxi during the summer.
This is President Menendez. Yep, that's correct. Thank you, Mayor Passo. All right, Councilor Goodwin, did you have a question, sir?
My question was along the lines of Councilor Pro Temp with regards to the water taxi. And just one point of clarification, the Director McBride had mentioned 9,000 of the budget for the waterfront.
The 10,000?
For our events contract, rather. You had mentioned 9,000. That's just specifically for the COVID year. So for this year, it was the 9,000 of the budget. So it was drastically reduced. Typically, it's 25,000 and 20,000 split. The total amount adds to the same. Just a note for clarification for moving forward. It's meant to revert back to the original agreement. And that was it. It was just that last comment.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Councilor Goodwin. Any other councilor that wishes to address? All right, Councilor Burke.
Thank you, President Dominguez. This is Councilor Burke, through you to Director McBride. Under regular payroll, the 1.5% increase, can you just compare where that increase compares to other non-union staff?
Yes, certainly. This is Director McBride. Currently in the budget, Public Works is 2% per contract. MEU is 2.5% per contract. And in the budget, as you know, the police says contract extension expires. That's currently at 1.5%. The fire, the contract also is under review. That's at 1.5%. And all the unaffiliated have not been finalized yet. They are all at 1.5% as well.
This is Council Burke. Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Burke. Any other councilor? All right, seeing none, thank you so much, Director McBride. And then we'll move on to, I think it's.
In fact, I apologize. I do have a question for the budget director.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, excuse me, Budget Director McBride, where does the city councilors' salaries fall in this budget? David, I think you're muted.
I apologize. Let me look. I reverted my screen to go to finance. I'm pretty sure it's under the consulting line item, which is 53012. It's 18,250, which is the 3,000 for the president pro temp 2,750, and the 5 city councilors 2,500.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, President Dominguez, thank you, Councilor Sadi. All right, so seeing no other questions, thank you for that presentation and for answering our questions, Director McBride. And we're going to move on to now Finance Administration. So you're on again, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss finance. I'll make it very quick. I know it's been a long night for everyone. I did want to mention Deputy Director Reinhardt's on the line. I see her there. I want to thank her for her efforts in all of her assistance with the finance department. So thanks for joining, Donna. Just a quick summary. The department consists, as you know, of 4 divisions: administration, tax assessment, tax collections, and information technology, which consists of, there are a total of 19 employees. However, their job functions and responsibilities are really widespread. So I just want to quickly point out some of the items that we take care of. All of the purchasing, the accounts payable, all of the payroll, all of the treasury functions, employee benefits, pensions and retirements, the accounting, the financial reporting, which includes the audit, all the bonding and debt financing, certain aspects of risk management in conjunction with Tina Collins, the Personnel Director, and all of the various areas and components of the IT division. So a breadth of responsibilities throughout the department. And I just want to say I worked in many finance departments in my past and accounting departments, and I can say that I've never seen the amount of work output and the amount of work that's completed from a minimal amount of people that we have in the finance department. So really just want to commend their efforts. There's a group of doers with the just do it mentality and a divide and conquer basis, and everybody, team spirit, and they're terrific people. As you know, the department has undergone some changes in the past year. We had changes in the purchasing agent position, the financial assistant position, the payroll coordinator position, and the assessment technician. And recently we've hired the Norwich assessor, who will be starting in July. These changes I really feel strong about. There's been some promotions from within, and I think the department, I'm really looking forward to the next year, really getting stronger and stronger. And I think it's really superb people and a great team. So just want to commend their efforts and really looking forward to the next year. One other thing which I mentioned to you in the past, just want to note it's taken longer than expected, but the Munis implementation is up. We're moving things forward. Things are looking really good. I do believe we made a last minute decision to pump out these budgets in Munis, caused some hiccups, and I apologize for those issues, but we didn't want to get them out in Munis. But we are turning the corner. Things are looking good. And I think with our up to speed in Munis, and we can get the Board of Ed up to speed with their Munis implementation, our audit will be done on time next year, which I think will lead to a credit rating, a bond rating upgrade, which has a serious impact on the financials of the city because we'll have lower interest costs. So That's pretty much a brief summary of finance, but it's a great team that does a lot of work and output for the city. So happy to entertain any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. This President Dominguez, thank you. Director McBride, at this time, I'll just go through the counselors. I'll go with Councilor Goodwin. Any questions?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Could you just give us a brief explanation of the biggest increases, which is the approved IT analyst position? What specifically is that their purview? And then there's the IT hardware, software, communication increases. For a
Yes,
total of
certainly I
two.
will do that. And I will explain, the bulk of that increase as provided in that presentation was a result of a new hire position, which I think was about $115,000 all in with tax and benefits. Please note, however, that position was actually budgeted for and approved in last year's budget. So I don't really consider that increase an increase from 21 to 22 because it was approved in last year's budget. So the real net increase in the IT budget is about $66,000, which relates to the numerous items that I'm going to defer to Rick in a minute. But I do want to say I did send out some detail today. I can bring it up on my screen, but it's a detailed analysis that Director Genovese put together, and it really lays out every single item that is in his three components that makes up his budget increases, which are technology, hardware, technology, software, and communication. But I'll defer to IT Director Genovese to speak on those details.
And that's okay, for time's sake, if we don't have the time, Council President. I'm more so getting at, I love efficiency and technology, so I'm assuming there will be some implications on some savings in the future with this investment.
Director Genovese, I'll refer to you. You have a better handle on those.
Yeah, I would believe that there would be some savings, but and what Director McBride mentioned too is that new position we got was kind of honest. Not that I mind at all. I mean, we could always use staff because the police put in their new camera system in their cars and their body cameras, and that required us to have another person. So, but the good thing is we also get to use them for other issues, and we had somebody out on FMLA leave. If we didn't have the new person, we would have been sunk. So that's already helped us greatly. Plus, we have staff that have been there quite a while, so they get 5 weeks vacation. So we always need a body. We're over for staff, so it's been great. And just if I could just say one thing, my staff is fantastic, and anything we accomplish is because they are so good. They make me look good. Thanks.
This is Director McBride. Just to add comment on that in terms of efficiencies. I think the Munis implementation, now that it's finally up, should lead to significant increases in efficiency. We're looking to do payroll next year, but there's a lot of things that we still do. In my opinion, we may do a little archaic, so that should save a lot of time. And in a nutshell, what I will say is what I've noticed, 2 or 3 years ago, each department was tracking their own budget in Excel spreadsheet. So you had duplication of efforts. Every department was their own silo tracking all that information. That is slowly going away as they have more reliance on the Munis system, and they have faith in the finance department that we can track data properly. So I do see a lot of efficiencies coming forward once that continues to move forward, and as we are doing that right now.
Thank you. So that IT position, is that specifically for the police department and the new technology systems that they have, which would be technically the body cameras? I understand that there's some shared labor.
Yeah, it was more of a shared labor. It's more well-rounded IT position. This is Director McBride. To assist in the implementation of the I think it's the Axon camera system. However, the long-term thought is that will not be, the individual should wean off the initial implementation of the cameras, the body cameras, and then that position will be more geared towards more IT stuff. So it's definitely an IT position, but assisting with the implementation of the Axon body cameras.
Got it. Is there a job description for that particular position yet?
Yes. And just to back up, this position was previously filled. I think it was probably filled 6 or 9 months ago. I think it's a system technician, Rick, which is a similar position to the other two positions. They just are assisting with the cameras.
What was the actual salary for that individual?
I believe it was 77,000.
Got it. And then the last question, I had mentioned the IT or software communication increases. What specifically were those?
Just, this is Director McBride, just to clarify, that position is a $72,000 position. Yep.
The communications and what was that line called? Communication and
He's
You went in and out on me, but I'm assuming you're asking about my question, Counselor Goodwin here. It's the IT software communication increases for a total of 66.
okay. Well, one thing that we had is the previous year we implemented offsite backup, and we didn't have that the year before. So we paid for it last year, but now we have to pay yearly fees. It costs $36,000 a year for data and an offsite backup. That's a secondary backup for us, but with cybersecurity being the risk, we really need to have it. Also, our Verizon bill is creeping a little because we now have more people using smartphones, flip phones, and flip phones are cheaper.
So this is Director McBride. I'll just interject, Rick, if that's okay. I just put up on the screen, I'm not sure if you can see it, Rick, but this is the spreadsheet that Rick put together and worked diligently on making sure it lists everything, because I was questioning the increase in the budget. So he put together this line item by line item, every single detailed expense that the city has in IT. And you'll see here, it's a $65,000 increase from the total budget from last year. And this lists all the various items. So probably a lot to go through on this call, but just want to make sure that's one of the items that I emailed out to you today for further reference.
And I'm only asking, Counselor Goodwin here, and I'll summarize with this. I'm only asking because I want to understand, because IT, again, infrastructure is super important for us being more efficient, and then thus hopefully having some savings or less redundancy. So just specifically just asking for an overview, which can come later or offline, in terms of the implications of these IT or software upgrades, or just specific areas that they cover that would be more efficient. And then my last question and or comment would be hopefully this will have some implications with a whole new IT person on the overtime that they get in IT. Hopefully we can start to see some reductions in the need for that. No further questions. Thank you.
I don't, Director Genevieve, were you speaking right now? Because you're muted. I don't know if you were.
I did not say anything, but I think you're going to see overtime go way down because the pandemic's going to end. Right now, the bulk of our overtime are these meetings. It's probably 90% of our overtime.
Wow. Okay, thank you so much. This is President Dominguez. Any other questions from any other counselor?
This is Council John Sadie. I do have a couple questions.
Go ahead, sir.
This is through you to Finance Director McBride. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank you for all the wonderful work you've done, not only on this budget, but also with the School Building Maintenance Committee and also with Park and Rec with a joint use agreement. Having said that, I'm just sort of trying to figure out what the 51510, which is regular payroll, you have an increase of 2.9%. And I'm just wondering whether that's attributed to salary increases or whether there are step increases that are also included in that number. Director, that's to Director McBride, sorry.
This is Director McBride. I believe those are regular pay increases. There was one increase for an individual this past year for, I think it was, a few $1,000s, I'm not sure. That was after a review of the job description, but that's the only change other than the normal increases.
Second question would be under your consulting line item. You have a 56% increase from 51,000 to 80,000. And the year before that, I apologize. The 21 budget was budgeted 80,000, but then revised to 51,000. And why are you looking for an increase back to 80?
Yeah, this is Director McBride. The main reason for that increase to 80 was to replace, if you recall, the risk manager was not in the budget for last year. So we allocated some dollars to provide for some consulting to provide risk management services. That, due to COVID and other matters, did not materialize. Those funds were utilized for other areas in the city budget. We are moving forward, and it'll be, I'm sure you'll be familiar with it in time. We are moving forward with the review of a risk manager, working with Tina Collins and Stephen Fields on bringing them in for sort of a, I don't want to say a trial run, but having them kind of look under the hood for a 2-month period to see if they can assist our organization move things forward and get their hands around risk management. If they're able to perform what we would like them to perform, then I'll be coming back to you for a review and approval of a contract to have them assume the risk management responsibilities for the city. So that's a big chunk of that consulting budget.
Thank you very much. And I believe that's my last question. Just give me 1 second. I want to flip the page. Does this area also include IT, Council President Dominguez? Because I know we got into that. Or are we just doing the budget right now?
No, I think it includes, yep, there's 4, I think departments under finance. There's 4 areas, and I think Director McBride mentioned IT.
Okay, all right. So I'm good. I do see that 41% increase in IT, but I believe that's been addressed. So I have no further questions at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. This is President Dominguez. Any other councilor? Okay. All right, seeing none. Thank you. Okay, no, thank you, Director Genevieve and Finance Director McBride. Thank you for everything that you guys do, and thank you for, again, being available for us and all the great work that you both do. So now we're moving into contingency and all that. We covered kind of, Director McBride, go ahead. I think you're on.
Yes, I'll
the rest
cover
of
the
these,
next.
right? Yep.
Yes, this is Director
Thank you.
McBride. Contingency, we just touched upon that. That's tab 12. That remains $10,000 as it has been in the past years. Again, that's for unforeseen emergency purposes. Not sure there's any questions on that. Probably will not be utilized. Hopefully it will not be utilized. I'm not sure if there's any questions on that.
Yeah, does anybody have any questions on that? No, I don't think so. Go ahead. You can go ahead, Director McBride.
Okay, this is Director McBride. The next item is City Center District, which is tab number 25. This is once again budgeted at $100,000. As I believe everyone is aware, we provide the $100,000 to take care of the City Center District. They take care of all the flowers, the beautification and so forth of that area. We arrive those revenues by taking a look at the grand list of those properties in that area, and then we kind of back into the $100,000 and assess a mill rate to those affected, property owners and businesses. Last year was about 1.2%. In discussions with Donna Ralston and Donna Reinhardt, it probably will come in around that range as well. So not sure there's any particular questions, but again, that's consistent with last year.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Any questions?
This is Councilor Sadi. This is Councilor Sadi. Not really a question, just a comment. I think it's a comment, or maybe it's a half a question. So City Center District, we receive tax dollars in that assessment, and we then hand that back to them as their budget.
That's correct. Director McBride, that's exactly what happens.
That's what I assume. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other person any other councilor? Nope. Okay, so we'll continue with pension trust. Go ahead, Director McBride.
This is Director McBride. That's on tab 26. And it's in the top right-hand corner, you'll see E2 and E3. This is a little bit complicated. So what I sent out earlier today was a kind of a colored diagram to assist the discussion. So if you don't mind, I'm going to try to bring it up here. Oh, hold on, I gotta. Where is it? Is everyone able to see this?
Yes.
Okay, this is Director McBride. I won't spend too much time, but I think it's important everybody has a good familiarity with this. This is the pension trust fund. The fund is established to provide all the revenues, track all the revenues and expenses related to the city's pension plan. And what I just want to do is, this is the detail that's in your book, how it comes up with, as with any other special revenue fund, the revenues have to equal the expenses. What happens here is this $113,000, the city contributes 12% of their salary, which is on the subsequent page. This is the 113,000. So the city contributes the 12% of all of these individual salaries. That makes up one component of the revenue. The other two components is the 5292 and the 51683. That is the employee contribution into the pension. Similar to the city's employees and pensions, the Board of Ed has $386,000. That again equates to, here's the 386. It equates to the Board of Ed contribution of 12%. And then similar to the city, the Board of Ed employees, whether or not they're in education, clerical, unaffiliated education, they contribute the 6% as well. City contributes, Board of Ed contributes, employees contribute. What we also do is the city is required or not required, highly encouraged to fund what I'm referring to the ADEC, which I've spoken to you in the past, which is the actuary defined employer contribution. This amount is the number that we're funding this year. The city funds 969, the Board of Ed funds 335, utility funds 85. That 1.39 or 1.4 number is the total ADEC that the actuaries and the auditors and the bondholders and the rating agencies want us to fund. The reason they want us to fund the 1.4 is in this pension trust fund, in this asset statement of all of our investments and our securities, there's about $31 million of assets. There's $42 million of liabilities that the actuaries project out these individuals will need to be paid over their lifetime. So what this 1.4 is funding is the difference between the 31 and the $42 million. And over time, this will continue to increase. Now we fund the ADEC, we're in a better financial position. In time, it will catch up, we'll be fully funded. So just a quick explanation, but it's a really positive thing to show that we're in good financial position, able to do that. Not sure if there's any questions on pension trust fund. That's just a high-level summary of how we fund it.
Yes, thank you, Director McBride. Any other counselors have any questions on the pension? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Booker.
Yes, through you, President Dominguez, to Director McBride. I'm just curious as to how do you actually predict a $42 million liability? How is that predicted?
That is something you would actually need an actuarial certification for. So I'm not an actuary, but in really how it comes down to is they take in the morbidity rates, how long they have all this information in their large, let's say, Excel spreadsheet, and they project out how old the people are, how long they're going to live for, how much is in the fund, and they project out what the needs are that will need to be paid to these people for the rest of their lives. So it's a pretty complex formula. It's something we pay, I think it's $4,000 in that consulting line item every other year for them to come up with that computation. So it's something really specialized that they do.
Thank you very much, Director McBride, for the clarification.
Okay, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Booker, for that question. Any other councilor that has a question dealing with the pension trust?
This is Councilor Shaddy. Thank you for that explanation. Unfortunately, you spoke very fast. And I'm looking at page E2 and trying to figure out what you said. In other words,
yeah, I can back up and summarize it.
No, I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what should we be putting? I don't know if the word should is a proper term, what should we be putting into this fund annually to get to the 42 million, and what are we putting into the fund?
Perfect question. This is Director McBride. What the actuary is recommending we put into this fund on an annual basis is the actuarial defined employer contribution. This ADEC is what they're saying the municipality should be paying in. So what they're telling us we should put in is 1.390, and that's now what we're putting in. The Board of Ed is aware of this number, and they put it in, and we put in this number, and the utility puts in this number. So we are putting in what we're required to put in. If you look back years ago, we did not put in what was required. We've stepped this up over the past few years to, I think it was 60% and then 80% or 90%, and we are now at 100% of what they are telling us we should be putting in.
Okay, so, but when I see up there, and I maybe I'm not reading far enough down, but budgeted, well, it says fund balance. It proposed FY 2022 is only 1,033,000, but this is saying 1.390 million. And am I reading that wrong or something? Because it shows here a decrease of 279,000.
I don't want to minimize the analysis, but I wouldn't pay attention to this. This is the beginning fund balance of the fund itself in what it has in the test statement. I think your key question is, what should we be funding? And what they're telling us we should be funding is 1.390.
And so where's that showing on this form that that's what we're putting in?
It's showing right here. What is in the general fund contribution is 969. That's what you're approving, or hopefully will approve in the appropriation.
Okay, so, and how do we know that the Board of Education then is putting in 335,810?
They are aware, and if they're aware of what needs to be put in, and if they don't put it in, if you recall the capital non-recurring agreement that you approved several years ago, one of the key requirements of that agreement is the Board of Ed needs to make sure they fund any and all liabilities of the city, and this would be one of those that we would probably likely potentially pay on their behalf, and they would have to reimburse us back.
And did they pay their proper amount last year?
They have been paying their proper amount. I'm not certain of 20. I'll have to look, but they did. I know they did pay 2019, because prior to us approving that $31,000 transfer, I verified to make sure they provided the proper amount of the ADEC.
And then how about the utilities? Are they paying the 85,015?
Yes.
Okay, and where then in this budget is the Board of Ed figure and the utility figure?
It wouldn't be in this budget. It would be in their numbers.
Right, but wouldn't that money being transferred from them to us appear in our budget somewhere? Just like the 969, 174 is appearing? Why would the 335 and the 85,000 not be appearing in our budget?
That's a good question. I'll have to look. I think it's because it's, well, you know what, let me look to see if it's in the, bear with me 1 second.
Going upstairs.
Yeah, I'll Counselor Sadi, I'll look into that, but I know this rolls into the interfund transfer line item, which I have is 969. So it's potential. I'll look at it tomorrow, but it's potentially that number. The interfund transfer could be 1390. It won't change any appropriation of mill rate. It's just a different flow. But I understand your question. I'll have to look further.
Thanks. So you'll email that to all of us tomorrow?
Yes, I will. Yep.
All right. Thank you very much. I have no further questions at this point in time.
This is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Sadi, for those questions. Any other councilor wishes to touch based on on the pension? All right, seeing none, we will proceed with, you have one? Go ahead, Councilor Booker.
I had a through you, President Dominguez, to Director McBride. What has happened or changed between 2020 to 2022 in regards to the 1390?
What has changed?
Yeah, so what was that turning point when you realized that, we really need to start investing a little bit more into the number, when you see the numbers? Because you can go back to the spreadsheet that you just had up. So you emphasized that there was a change when you had that turning point right there was the 1390, where you were not investing that type of money in before. So when did you find out that you realized that you needed to invest more?
I would say it was 3 years ago when I came on board. I worked with Don Gray. I don't know the exact numbers, but I did do an analysis, and I think, let's say it was the city was funding 65%. At that time, as the financial strength of the city got better, we made the decision to put into that budget at that time an increased amount. But we didn't want to, you don't go from A to F, you got to go A, B, C, D, E, F. So what we did is we increased it at that time, maybe 10%, and then increased it another, 15%. So it's really based upon what you're financially able to do. But we came up with a plan that over a 3 or 4 year period, we were going to get to 100%, and we were able to do that. So it was a working process for the past, several years. I don't know if that answers your question, but it wasn't overnight. But we wanted to attain that 100% because we wanted to be able to tell the bondholders we're dealing with our pension liabilities and we're funding it 100%. And that happened last year.
It was if I could add a little to that, Mr. President.
Go ahead, Mayor.
It was Don Gray's strategy from the beginning when we brought him on in 2015 to do that. It took him a couple of years before we had the revenues to be able to do that. And in fact, by the time we brought David on, we were telling the rating agencies, we meet with them every year, we're telling them this is what we're doing confidently. And then after you walk your way up there and you start doing it, that's how we got our bond rating up. That type of fiscal management gets their attention. And this is one of the key indicators that they use to judge a municipality's fiscal health, whether they are budgeting for the total amount they actually owe for their pension obligation. And that's what we're doing. And I think Director McBride is rightly proud of having accomplished that.
Thank you very much, Mayor Passero, and thank you very much, Director McBride, for that clarification and giving a background of exactly what happened and how did we get to the point where we are now. This is Councilor Booker. I have no further questions.
All right, this is President Dominguez. Thank you, Councilor Booker. Okay, not seeing any other questions with this area here. We'll move on to the next, which is the debt service fund.
This is Director McBride. I believe that's tab 26. Subsection F 1 through 3. I guess it just follows the pension trust, I think.
Yeah.
So this in your book shows, as the other special revenue funds, the ins and outs of the various funds. We have been fortunate enough in the past few years to grow the debt service reserve fund as a result of increased premiums and the bond issuance costs being less than what they were expected to be. So as a result of that, as you can see in 21, we utilized $1 million of the bond debt reserve fund, and this year we're utilizing $750,000 of that bond debt reserve fund, which results in the payments for the general fund of $6.5 million. So the backup support is there. I think the key points of this fund is to know, we're paying $7.3 million in debt service reserve interest and principal. We're funding that of 6.5 with general fund funds, and we're also utilizing $750,000 of the debt service reserve fund, which again has improved over time because as a result of the bond premiums getting some money back. And I don't want to go into a great level of detail, but when we go out to issue bonds, and if they're priced at, let's say, 97 cents on a dollar, and they are oversubscribed, meaning more people put in for them, they put in their bids and what they want to pay for those bonds. And the last couple of years, what has happened is they've been oversubscribed. More people have put in, which has driven down the prices to pay, which as a result increases our premiums back between what we said we were going to sell them for and what we actually sold them for. The difference between that is in effect additional money that the city receives, and that money goes into the bond debt reserve fund, which if that grows beyond a reasonable level, we then can utilize that money to offset some of the principal and interest payments on our bond debt reserve, which is what we're doing this year with $750,000. So hopefully that summarizes the bond debt reserve.
Okay, thank you, Director McBride. Any counselors with questions?
Yeah, so I just want to make sure we're looking at page F1. Is that where you started, Director McBride?
This is Director McBride. Yes, F1 is a summary of the debt service reserve fund showing the ins and outs and what we're paying on principal and interest on our bonds.
Okay, and so line item 2 in revenues, general purpose schools talks about 159,550. Could you explain what that is, please? This is Counselor John Sadi.
This is Director McBride. When you said
under revenues, it said general purpose schools.
This is Director McBride. From fiscal 19, I can't recall off the top of my head what that's from. I will have to look at that. That was a few years ago. I can't recall. I'll have to look at that. So
then going into expenditures, you have Board of Ed interest and principal and $2,798,233. Is that what we're paying in debt service for all the school projects?
Yes, this is Director McBride. 2798233 was what was budgeted for in fiscal 21, and the 2720094 is what's budgeted in fiscal 22.
And then we turn to the next page, and it talks about the second section. This would be F2. Excuse me, let me see. Yeah, page F2 is what I'm looking at, into the second category, general government, or actually education. It then talks about a 2014, a 2021, and then 2020 ABC. And so could you explain what this chart is showing here, please?
Certainly. This is Director McBride. So if you refer to try to come up with an example that would be easiest to understand.
Let's just start with the first one, school 2014.
Well, I mean, if you go to the top, general government, if you see 2020, C, general purpose 3.895, or the 3.1, those were the 3.895 was a refinancing that we did last year in 2020. The next one down, 2020 C, taxable bonds, that 3.1 million was the amount that we went and bonded. I believe it was for the road. Actually, no, there was 2.5 for the roads and 600,000 for equipment for police, public safety, and fire equipment. So the details to all these, what makes up these numbers, are what we present to you when we ask for an appropriation to go out for bonding. So
right. So my concern is really the school projects. Trying to figure out.
Understand. So for the school projects, the 2021 general purpose 13.3, which is near the bottom, that's the amount that we requested, and we did an appropriation ordinance on this past spring. That 13.3 number was a result of reviewing the cash flows with Diana McNeil in the North Campus of what funds she would need for a 15th month period from March of 2020 through the end of the fiscal year 2021, taking into consideration numerous factors such as a 90-day delay for payments. So it's a really detailed analysis of what the cash flows are going out and what the state's paying us back for, factoring in the retainage and everything. That's the number that we worked on that she will need to fund those projects for the 15th month period ending 6/30/21. The same thing with the 4455. I believe that was for the middle school. Was the amount that we projected working with Colliers on what they would need to fund that project through the same period, 6/30/21. And we have the detailed analysis we can provide you if you're looking for more information. But in effect, it's based on a cash flow to make sure we have enough money to pay the bills that they're projecting.
Right, but so this area here does not explain how much we're paying per year for school bonding. And there's not 1.474 at the bottom, subtotal education.
Well, this is Director McBride, that 1474094 is the total amount projected to be paid in this future fiscal 22 budget for interest and principal for the school bonds.
And then what is the next figure of 1246000?
That's the principal. So the interest is the 14744 and the principal is 1246.
So it's almost $3 million we're paying a year then.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you. Let me just back up one page then. I apologize for this delay. Okay, so do those two, does the 1474 and 1246 equal the 2720?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. Thank you, Mr. McBride. At this time, any other councilor with any questions? All right, thank you. We'll move on to Workers' Comp Fund.
Okay, that's tab 25.
Okay.
Section I.
You said tab 25, Director McBride. I don't think
Yes,
yeah.
Workers' Comp tab 25, subsection I.
Oh.
Do we have those numbers on our pages?
Yeah, I think it's tab
Okay.
subsection, it's 26, I think. It's 26 and then go to I, right? Roman numeral I? Is that it?
I have it as 25.
All right, because 25 is for me a city center district, unless I'm wrong, but that's what I got.
Yeah, but if you go further back, you have like a J2, you have an I2, workers' comp.
Is all
My
the special revenue fund?
Thank you. I apologize. All right. Okay, does anybody have any questions on that one there? Council Sadi?
Yes, are we looking at I2 or I1? Or is there? See, I got an I12 even, huh?
I brought it up on my screen. This is Director McBride.
Okay, even better. Thank you.
This is the.
So I have that marked as I2, workers' comp.
Yep.
That's correct.
And it looks as though we budgeted 1.243 for 2020. 1.139, and now we're up to 1.1554. Just, I know that, we had a risk manager who was dedicated to our city. He was working to get these funds down. So is this showing that it's going up?
This is Director McBride. The key piece of this, if you look, is the premium cost. It's gone up slightly, 550, 577, 592. That's the premiums, how they're going up. That's not a significant increase. But I think the real concern or question is the paid losses. How are we settling these workers' comp cases and what they're causing the city? Because that's your exposure is how we settle them. So I think he did do a very good job at that. And that's kind of why I mentioned earlier about bringing back this consultant to keep an eye on these. And there's also a lag time with workers' comp cases, as you know. So our intention, and I spoke to the mayor, he's a firm, supporter of moving forward with the consultant to make sure we begin to, reinstitute all those monthly meetings that we had, continue to get the risk management team on board to educate, public works departments, to provide the OSHA training to the fire, get involved with the police, and really spend some time with the Board of Ed as well. So these numbers are coming from KERMA, so it's nothing that I'm controlling. It's a recommendation from them on what we should budget. But over the long term, this is again another area that we should be focused on.
Because we're showing a 15.1% increase, right?
That's 15,000.
Oh, okay. Oh, 15,000. Okay, yeah. Okay, so it doesn't have percentage then.
Yeah, it's not a material increase in the budget, but I still think as you kind of seem to indicate, it's an area that we should continue to focus on, spend some time, which we are.
And I thought we were supposed to do that once we lost our risk manager. I thought we signed a contract.
Let me, Councilor Sadi, I just wanted the Sadi to finish, and then I was going to call on you. I know that that's what the mayor has his. You done, Councilor Sadi?
Sure.
All right, because I think the mayor has the answer for that. Go ahead, Mayor Passero.
Yeah, your Councilor Sadi, we have never taken our eye off the ball as far as controlling these costs. And you recall this has been something that was important to me before I was mayor. I was part of the team that brought on the first risk manager.
That's right.
So we have not taken our eye off the ball. These numbers do not reflect anything but continued diligence on the staff's place. We do need to transition into more of a long-term strategy, but I'd like to say that in the last year, I've become a board member of KERMA, and the KERMA team works very closely with our city team. It's more of a team effort than the way we were doing it before. And this consultant that we're going to be recommending to council to bring on board to enhance that will only help us to continue reducing these costs, but this budget does not show any increased liability to the city based on risk.
Thank you for that explanation.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Does any other councilor have a question? Okay, seeing none, we will move on. Thank you, Director McBride. We'll move on to the next, which is the LAP fund.
This is Director McBride. I'm just going to bring up the screen again. This is a similar, once again, working with KERMA, our liability auto and.
Could you give us tab number and page number, please?
It should be 2 pages down, so it's J2.
HIJ. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
And I also put this on the screen. So once again, this is similar to workers' comp. It's the liability, auto, and personal property. Again, an area we're working with KERMA, and as we indicated, working with the consultant, hopefully come on board and retain these costs. This is another area Not a sizable increase in the budget, something that Kerma recommended to us. We're going to move forward their recommendations. But this is an area over time that we could have some savings. Our deductible is, very high, and something that over time we'd like to get that deductible down, but we need to have better oversight over our claims. Something, we have to have this consultant come on board in the system. So I'm not sure if there's any particular questions, but again, similar to past years, and something we got to devote some time and energy on.
David, we can't hear you. Something happened to your volume.
Yeah, something you're right.
Dropped
Yeah.
off.
No, we can't hear you still.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now, but it's still low.
Very low volume. It's
Yeah.
like the volume got turned down.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't moved at all.
Huh.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I think if you speak a little closer like that, I think we're able
Your
to.
microphone's getting tired.
I think we're looking.
He retreated.
So just to summarize, this is, again, Kerma recommended, went through these numbers with them, reviewed the annual policy with them. Slight change from last year. I think it's a 2% increase. But again, an area we need to devote some time to. Our liability, our deductible is, I think, $350,000, which is very large. In other area, we should bring that down, but we have to focus on our claims. The only way to really focus on our claims is to devote some time and energy on them.
That was magic.
There it is. Now it's there it goes. It just something. It clicked.
You got a short somewhere there.
It took a nap and now it's back.
Did I come across as screaming?
Right.
Would you mind explaining what the acronym LAP means?
Liability, automobile, and property insurance.
Thank you.
All right. Any other? Yeah. go
Yeah,
ahead,
my
Councilor.
Council Sally, I have a question.
Okay. Go ahead.
Is Board of Education included in these liability, auto, and property claims?
They have their own policy.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
This is Council Sally, no further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Sadi. This is President Dominguez. Any other counselor? All right. Okay. All the counselors still here with us, right? Don't fall asleep on us now.
Yes.
All right, we're moving on to the next area, benefits. Hold on, we got one more after this one. We're almost there.
Gavin Page.
Page 57 on tab 23.
Thank you.
Just bear with me 1 second. All right, so apologize for the delay. This is page 57, talks about the fringe benefits. There's two follow-up pieces of information behind here. The first page, 57.5, deals with the health insurance, life insurance, and the long and faithful for your pensioners. There's not much change in these budgets from last year. If you can look at the fiscal 22 proposed, there were a few deaths in these areas as a result. And as a result of those deaths, the payments decreased. If you look at the bottom of 57.5, it went from $738 to $688,000. So a slight decrease for the health insurance, life insurance, and payments for former employees. All the individuals are listed there and the insurance that they're entitled to. Not sure if there's any particular questions on 57.5. Pretty self-explanatory. Each individual and what they're entitled to receive from a health insurance, life insurance, or the long and faithful pension.
This is Council John Sad. I just know that there was an issue either 1 or 2 budgets ago about some long and faithful pensions being below the $10,000 or $12,000 range. And from what I can see, the minimum is 12,000, and they're going to stay that way.
Yeah, this is Director McBride. That's correct. I think it was 2 years ago. The council moved to adjust everybody up to a minimum level, and I think that was 12. And there is no cost of living increase for the long and faithful. They've stayed the same, so they have not changed.
No cost of living for any one of these funds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And but you're saying that this cost has been reduced by 50,000 from last year, this year, and you said due to death?
Yes, overall, there's been a few deaths throughout the various areas. I think in the long and faithful, it's gone down, it looks like 25,000. And the health insurance has gone down 11,000. So a combination of a few, and I apologize, not just deaths for the health insurance, particular agreements were made with certain individuals, so they came off the rolls of receiving health insurance. As an example, Dawn Courier is coming off 11/30/2020. Well, you'll see I zeroed her out. Gail McKissick will go until 12/31/2021. So as these times continue to evolve, their expenses will come off the rolls as well.
Okay.
Thank you for that explanation.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. All right, this is President Dominguez. Any counselor, any other counselor? I think we're, okay, good. We'll move to the last one then. All right.
This is Director McBride, 58. Oh, you're all set with both of them? Okay.
Yeah, so this will be the interfund transfers.
Interfund, that is tab 24. Tab 24, the subsection is 59.5. I'll go by these line item by line item, just give a brief description. The first item is the contribution to Camp New London is 50,000. That as a result of we're moving things into the general fund budget, such as those 2 recreation positions. The pension fund amount of 969 is what I discussed earlier. That's the amount that is the city portion of the total fund. And I will look at, as Councilor Sadi had said, if that should be 1.1, but as of now, it's the 969, which represents the city contribution. The next area of 922 consists of several different items. The potential new hire request of 333, if you recall, that relates to the fire department deputy director, deputy/training director, and the 2, I believe it's the 2 recreation positions. In addition to the equity and inclusion officer. So a total of 4 positions make up that 333. We also budget every year for potential salary increases in the event department head determines to do a review of a job description. That total is 25,000, similar to what it was last year. There is a number in here for an amount in the event negotiations with the police or the fire, the unaffiliated, differs from the amount that I have currently budgeted. There's also an amount for vacation payouts, which is an estimate based upon it. Just, every year, so you have a few vacation payouts. Potential grant match request of 149,000, which I believe are covered when we discussed Felix's programs. The police accountability measures of 156,000, which the chief touched upon in his presentation. Potential safer grant training gear, that's the component the city would need to match if the safer grant was to be passed and allowed. And the RHS retirements, we forecast 1 potential retiree every year in the event that does happen. The next line item is a contribution to debt service. That's the line item we went through earlier. That's the 6575 number that the city needs to pay for its debt service. The 250,000 is the next line item. This would be, I believe, the third year of the trash payments of the 5 years that we need to make to provide for the new trucks. Ocean Beach Park, as discussed earlier tonight, has gone up from 100 to 200,000, and that's primarily a result of we owe them, I think it was $134,000 as of 6/30/19 or 6/30/19. There's a forecast that they're probably going to have an additional loss for 6/30/20 and potentially this year. So I wanted to put some money in there to make sure we make them whole. The contribution to OPEB, this is similar to what we discussed with the ADEC, for the pension plan. Think of it as a separate liability, distinct to its own. It stands for other personnel employee benefits. And I don't want to go through a ton of detail, but I do want to let you know that liability out there is $26 million. So that at some point needs to begin to get funded, similar to what we did to the other one. It's a really strong thing for the bondholders and for the credit rating agencies. I'm proposing we fund $350,000. That was after conjunction with discussion with the auditor as well. The next line item is the workers' comp, which I just covered, the 1.154. And the final item is the liability of the 835. So that's a brief summary of all the matters of the interfund transfers. I'll take any questions. Hopefully I can answer.
Okay. President Dominguez here. Any counselor?
I'll wait for others, then I'll ask my question.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Sadi. All right. Councilor Goodwin, do you have a question or I can go to Councilor Booker? I can go to Booker first if you want.
No, I had a questions on the police accountability, but I'll just rewatch the video. I'm a little.
Okay.
So I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Booker, any questions?
Yes, thank you, President Dominguez.
You're welcome.
Through you, President Dominguez, to Director McBride. In regards to the salary breakdown for the 333,000 for potential new hire request, can you break that down for us, please?
Certainly. The equity inclusion officer salary is set for 75,000. I added in 40% benefit cost for a total of 105,000 in the budget. The deputy training officer salary is 95,000 with 40% benefits to arrive at 133,000. The recreation program manager, it's factored as an hourly rate, 32,854. I added benefits as well to come up with 45,995. Recreation supervisor, 30,482 plus benefits to arrive at 42,675. And then there's a potential 5%, it's being discussed now for ODP for a potential modification on $4,500, moving an employee, a portion of their 5% of their wages into the general fund.
Hello, Director McBride. Oh,
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you now.
Yep.
Just want to say thank you for breaking it down for us with the salaries as well.
Yep.
But one of my questions that come to my mind when you were breaking it down, are those salaries comparable to the salaries within the region at this point? Because as we all want, we want to bring in the talent. Also, we want the talent within our own city as well. So from your research, how exactly did you go about your research to investigate, research those salaries, and to come up exactly with those figures?
Yeah, I would say the recreation, our actual amounts from from the Recreation Department that they're currently paying those individuals. So those are firm numbers. They're just moving from one area to the other. I did a limited amount of research. Actually, the deputy training officer did some research with the chief. The equity inclusion officer is an estimate, but I do want to let you know the 40% benefit is probably on the high side. I did that for conservatism, to give a little wiggle room in the event we needed to move these higher.
Right. Okay, thank you very much for your clarification on that. And also, when it comes to the $134,000 for Ocean Beach, and you were you emphasized, you know, the whole point of like projecting the 134,000, looking at the loss. How did you project that there will be a loss for 134,000? Because you said like that was in 2019, and then you looked at 2020, of course, and then also looking at now in 2021. So I'm just for clarification, can you give us a estimate on exactly how did you come up with that particular figure of 134,000?
Yeah, certainly. The exact numbers I can give you.
And why not more? Just
Yeah, I'll give you the exact numbers. The 630 at 6/30/19, we owed Ocean Beach $122,000. And I'm not sure I'm sure you do, but how it works is any loss with Ocean Beach, the city has to pay. If there's profit, we also share in those. We share those profits with them. 10% of net operating profit up to 125. 20% they get on top of 125. So it's a kind of a win-win on their side. 6/30/19, we owed 122 from the financial audit. 6/30/20, we owed an additional 100,000. We then made a payment of 60. So it's actually, we owe them 163,000 as of 6/30/20.
Right.
And the projection for, based upon internal financial statements that Dave Shagru have been emailing me for this year, is he's projected to have well over a $40,000 loss for the year. So that puts us over the $200,000, which is why the $200,000 is in the budget.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Director McBride. This is Council Booker. I have no further questions at this moment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilor Booker. At this time, any other councilor that has a question?
This is,
Go ahead, Councilor Sadi.
thank you. So, and I apologize to Council Goodwin, said something about reviewing some video, but police accountability measures, I'm just wondering what that 156,000 includes.
Yeah, this is Director McBride. The chief spoke about it when he talked about the police, but from what I recall, it was for evaluations, maybe some mental health evaluations, some certification measures that he needed to have done. And I think some potential costs relating to the cameras that he had to have installed as well. So it was a myriad of different things.
So this is measures that are now being required by the state legislature, correct?
Correct, but from my understanding is they're unfunded mandates that I'm not sure if 100% if they are all going full force because of COVID and stuff. I've had some people inform me that some of them may not be mandated or they may delay the implementation of those. So that's why I came up with the 156, because it would be greater if we had to put in the budget every single item that came out of that initial bill.
Thank you. This is Council Sadi. I have no further questions at this point in time.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Sadi. Any other councilor? All right, I guess none. Okay, I don't have any questions. So thank you, Director McBride. I think, you know what, tonight's a learning experience, I guess. Maybe we should have cut this one and added an extra day. I didn't know it was going to take this long, but I appreciate your time, Mayor, and everybody that's here this evening. So with that, I'm going to entertain one last motion from any councilor that wants to.
I think the rest of them are asleep.
No, I think they're here. They're here. Go ahead, Councilor Sadi. Then call the motion.
I'm I'm keeping my mouth shut. I want to see who's still awake.
You want to
I
keep
see
going?
good-
that's
I see
why.
Goodwin is
Goodwin
still
in
with
Brooklyn.
you.
I
Yeah.
see
Still
Goodwin in
awake. I'm
Brooklyn
still here. I'm ready.
No, but you guys, I can see you guys. Wait for the others.
We can go another 2 hours.
They're here. Dice is on the phone. All right. Well, listen, who's gonna make the motion?
Jeez. Sadie is funny.
Sadie, Council Sadie, go ahead and make the motion.
I've spoke way too much this evening, not me. I'm
You
gonna
know
wait
what?
for somebody. I'm gonna wait for some, I see 3 guys out there. I'm talking. I'm just
You're
waiting for
talking.
somebody else.
All right, I'm gonna make the motion.
Oh, shit.
I'm gonna make the motion. I'm gonna make the motion to adjourn. Can I have a second, please?
It's a shame we had to fight
Oh.
over that.
All right, and all
And
those in
here's Manny
favor?
waving his hand. I hope that's just to say goodnight.
Yeah, all those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. Okay. Good night, everyone.
What was the vote? What was the vote on that motion?
The vote, I think it's 4.
4-0?
Oh, no.
4, yeah, 4-0, I think it is.
Okay, all right.
All right.
Good night.
Good night, everybody. Good night.
Jeez.